Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature today. Welcome to the beautiful, sunny Okokoyo in Namibia. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, keeping an eye on Okokoyo and Juma. And hopefully we get a lot of interesting behaviors and interactions today from the animals. But even if we don't, that's perfectly fine. Remember, as we are watching all of these beautiful creatures all across our locations, we are live and this is happening in real time. So please do get in touch with us. Jump on board, ask us questions, give us your comments and suggestions. We look forward to hearing from all of you wonderful viewers. Jessica, good morning. You are saying so lovely to hear my voice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that comment a lot. And it is wonderful to hear from you too, Jessica. I really appreciate you getting in touch. And I look forward to hearing from everyone today. I would love to know what you want to know about the animals. As you can see right now, we've got some zebra, springbok, and we even have a giraffe trying to camouflage in the back with a tree. However, we can see you, giraffe. You are not doing a wonderful job. No, I'm just lying. I had to take a second glance to actually make sure that is a living animal. But how wonderful to be starting the day with some activity of our animals coming down to the waterhole. And it is really, I was only gone for 3 days, but I have to say Okokoyo has become even drier for me. I know our damn camera was off for a bit, but we are back. We have it again. And yes, we are lucky to be able to spend some time with the animals again. There we are, there's the giraffe. Come on down for some water, lovely. Oh my goodness, really? There's like a whole water hole. Why do we have to stand on top of each other? Kindly clarify, if you will. So it seems, as you can see, like we are going to have a beautiful sunny blue sky day in Okokoyo. But what do I know? Let's take a look at today's weather. Woo! That's very hot. I've dealt with hotter whilst I was working in the Greater Kruger, but 37 degrees Celsius, people, is pretty hot. And especially in this location, you know, with all of the rocks that we have over here, the humidity in this area, it is no surprise all of the animals are coming to say hello, quenching their thirst, cooling off their legs. But I have to be honest with you, the water level has dropped even more. I know it's only been a few days, but I can definitely see there's a difference. So I think most probably in the next week or two, if we do not receive rain, then the conservation management will probably open up those taps, filling up the waterhole, since this is a man-made waterhole, so we are very, very fortunate on that one. Hopefully there will always be water here for the animals. But again, you want to push it as far as you can and not always constantly have it filled. We don't want to spoil the animals, do we? Oh, good morning, all of you wonderful zebras. So lovely of you to join us. It's always so interesting when we start in the morning, because obviously, you know, over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of zebra rutting going on here in Okokoyo. So we hear a lot of vocalization from the zebras. But it's always so interesting, generally in the morning when we start, they are all calm and collected and peaceful. So I see in the water. That gives them that boost of energy, and then they decide, on guard! They start to kick and bite each other and just really go at it. Lenny, good morning. So good to hear from you. You are saying E to N is the best of all. For those of you that don't know, E to N is escape to nature. And that is literally what we do. We literally just immerse ourselves in nature, watch all of these animals. It's not all about rushing from sighting to sighting, getting as much action as we can. And as many interactions as we can. We literally just observe the animals as they are in their natural habitat. And of course they have no idea that we are even watching them. How incredible is that? But we've got a surprise in Djuma, so let's quickly go over there before it disappears. I give you an elephant bottom and scratch. It's a beautiful, beautiful elephant bull, and as always we've got the assistance of our awesome zoomies helping us out on the Djuma Dam Cam. But just look at that tusk. I have not seen the other side yet because I assume he's like some of those people, you know, that have a best side. I always wonder how that works when you take a photo and you say, no, get my best side. I to this day, I've never figured that out for myself. But this elephant has most definitely done so. And as I said, is an older bull. A lot of giveaways there, the actual body size, the ears, the tusks. We would love to see your face though. Not just your bottom, but it's actually pretty amazing to see it like this. We can see the actual vein structure in the ears. I know many of you have heard this thousands of times, but for those of you that are not familiar, elephants cool themselves down by flapping the ears. So as you can see, elephant, please open your ears. Thank you. There are some wonderful veins in those ears. It's really huge, and by flapping the ears, more blood circulates, and that regulates the whole temperature of the body, which is incredible if you think it. I mean, this is easily a 5-ton elephant, if not 5.5. And just by doing that simple thing, you know, apart from mud bathing and actual swimming and splashing themselves with water, that is also a massive tool that they use. And of course that is why they are, in my personal opinion at least, such successful animals. Because you would think such a big animal that just feeds on vegetation and really has a massive body that doesn't lie down every time he's tired. They've got so many things and tools that they have that contribute to their success. But we would love to see your face as well when you're done with breakfast, of course. Perhaps after breakfast you want some water, you would like to cool yourself down. Oh, just look at that trunk. That is a huge trunk. Absolutely amazing. And this really is an animal that I personally never get tired of seeing. I can see them every single day on every single safari and escape to nature, and they are just ever entertaining. And I say that with the utmost respect. I know the animals are not here for our entertainment, but I don't know, maybe you agree with me. They are just so therapeutic to look at. Whoa, look at that tusk on the other side. Oh, this is a massive male. But perhaps you would like to show us your pretty face, yes? Yes, we are talking to you, lovely. Oh, just look at you. You are incredible. How fortunate are we to be able to watch this animal? It's a wild animal. While he's living his best life, getting his breakfast, we are able to share this journey with this elephant without him even knowing. Ariana, I assume it's not Grande. Good morning. You are saying those tusks are majestic. Is it just not? And I mean, if we were, just seeing this elephant now, you would think, oh, that's pretty. And then as soon as he sort of just shows us a little bit of those tusks, it really becomes so much more impressive. But I mean, I've worked with elephants that are tuskless as well. And even so, they are just absolute amazing animals. And they use their tusks for various things, for defending themselves, not just against predators potentially, but against other elephants as well, particularly the bulls. And of course, debarking the trees, because they do feed on the cambium of trees, which is the inner bark of a tree. And so if they feel like, I want the juiciness inside of this one, they'll just use the tusk and they'll get that bark loose. And believe me, they make it seem super effortless. Very, very, very effortless. And as soon as they start to get that bark loose, they'll strip the cambium, which is where all of the nutrients of the tree actually lies. Because as you know, a lot of the trees in the winter time, they lose their leaves. Not all of them are evergreen, so that the tree can actually store the nutrients and the water that it's got left in the roots. But the elephants can smell that. So even in the winter times, if the bark is not enough, they will actually de-root a tree. Which is most probably what happened to this one, as you can see. We can see the actual roots. The tree is dead completely. But that is now a habitat for squirrels and birds and all sorts of things. A lot of people tend to refer to elephants as they are so destructive and they just ruin the planet and the landscapes and everything. Then I'm like, yes, you do know what happens after that. They are very much responsible for seed dispersal and a lot of other things. Oh man, I'm just obsessed with this male right now. I'm just going to shush for a minute or two, just so we can appreciate him in his full glory. Just look at your beautiful face and your lovely eyelashes, which we are all very jealous of, particularly me. Oh, man alive. Please, can I have the eyelashes of an elephant? Look at that. And that too, you know, it's got a purpose. And remember, everything we see out here that we research and observe and monitor, everything we use our common sense or common logic and sort of interpret. What could this be for? What do the animals have this for? Why do they have these long lashes? And with regard to the elephants, the long eyelashes are for protecting those beautiful hazel eyes when they are in fact getting really deep into the bushes, just to avoid thorns and things pricking their eyes. And I mean, I've worked with some elephants pretty up close and personal and gone to walk with them, and it's just incredible how they can go into buffalo thorns and acacias, and you're like, how do you not lose an eye right now? But those lashes are in fact protecting the eyes. And I do just want to point out, I know many of you are familiar with these trees in Djuma, but some of the actual wires that we put around the trees is in fact to help the tree a little bit, because when the elephants do debark the trees, if they ring bark it, which refers to them taking the bark off completely around the tree, even if it's just a thin piece, then eventually that tree will lose its life, like the one we see here on the left, because that transportation channel for the nutrients and the water and everything for that tree has completely now been broken. There's nothing for the nutrients to go from the roots to the leaves and back through any channel, because the elephants have broken it. Oh, nummies. Getting your breakfast on. You can also see some mud on the ear. So that would have been from a previous mud bathing sessions, or a few actually. Justin, you would like to know what's the biggest tree that I've seen an elephant knock over? I mean, I've seen footage of some incredible sightings, but for me personally on safari would have been a marula. It was really a very, very large marula. It was actually a favorite tree on the previous game reserve that I guided at, because it was perfect, you know, in the afternoon the sun hit just right. You could stop there for sundowners. In the summertime it gave enough shade for the guests. And yes, the one afternoon we stopped there because I was initially planning on having sundowner drinks there with my guest. And as I stopped there was a massive elephant bull such as this one, and we saw he was sort of, you know, shaking the tree, and I assumed, yes, he's trying to get to marulas, you know, elaborating for the guest, oh, this is what they do, they love the fruit. And eventually he didn't stop shaking it, and he just kept sort of like headbutting it. And I said to the guest, wow, he's very persistent. And yes, it took a few headbutts and you could actually hear the roots coming loose, and the elephant, without any effort, just pushed over the tree, which was very interesting. You know, this is sort of a behavior that you'll see in winter time, As I say, in the winter time, they can actually smell the water in the roots, and that is why they'll often push trees over them even more. But no, this elephant decided that the marula fruits were not enough. He wanted the actual roots as well. And so he got fruits and roots and everything. And yes, needless to say, that spot was no longer a favorite for stopping for sundowners in the summertime. But it really is so incredible to see that sheer strength and power in an elephant when they start to do that. And again, it's not just the bulls, it's the cows as well. You'll see it a lot when there are calves in the herd. They'll actually, push the tree over for the little ones to also get to the leaves and the fruits and all of those things. And again, then you'll have people saying, oh, they are so destructive. But they do then form habitats for a lot of other animals as well. What a wonderful start. Day made, I'm going home. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you over. No, I'm just kidding, I'll be here, but I'm going to send you over to Nick to say good morning.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. We've got some slightly cooler conditions today. I'm so happy that you could be here to join us. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And just keep in mind this is a live and interactive experience. So if you're watching this on our app or on our website, please do register so you can ask away. I'd love to hear what's on your mind, what you'd love to see. The more questions, the better. And to everybody that has donated, thank you so much. Definitely doing your bit to help connect people to nature. And we really appreciate it. And what a beautiful way to start off our escape to nature here at Kariega. So we are on the open clearings close to Scotia Dam. And we've got ourselves a lovely little dazzle of zebra. Some clean looking zebra, some dirtier looking zebra. So really a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So there's not so much wind today compared to some of the other days which we've had, which is a pleasant sort of little reprieve. But it is definitely a lot cooler today. So we do have a thick layer of clouds around and about. But I'll tell you what, if there's any animal that there is no shortage of this morning, it seems to be zebra. Look at all of these ones in the background here as well. A few little youngsters on the road. Really is all happening here. This is an unhappy looking foal, this one. Looks a little... This is like a little mini migration of zebra we've got going here. Awesome. I'm going to stick around with our plentiful zebra. I think while I do that, we're going to take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Nick, tell those hardy-das to shush. Shut their traps. No, I'm just kidding. I love them, I don't like them. But just like anything else out here, they've got a purpose. Just like all of these wonderful zebras, giraffe, springbok. I know we've been seeing this really every day for the past few weeks, but I love these springbok that are. They really love this spring or the actual inlet of the waterhole. They can obviously smell the fresh water, and so they constantly sort of lose their heads, getting some of that freshness. But it really is, as I said, I've only been gone for 3 days, but you can definitely see the water level has dropped significantly. And it's much easier to see it that way when you look at the zebras, when they are actually entering the waterhole. You can definitely see the level with regards to how deep they can now go. How low can you go? Kaden, good morning. You are saying there is so much life around here. Isn't it amazing to think that all of these animals can coexist? They all know to share the waterhole. And Kaden, this is going to specifically be the case as well. Probably, I'm crossing my fingers, for the next few months as well, because rain season is slowly coming to an end. Not that we've really had any rain to write home about. The rest of the park and the rest of Namibia, yes. But particularly over here, you know, it's sort of like the clouds bypass us, or they take a detour, or I don't know what the weather arrangement is here. But oh, hello, little one. But of course, animals will follow water, they will follow food. And hopefully, Kaden, that means that we will start seeing some predators again in the coming months as well.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
always think of, I don't know if you've seen that film Bee Movie, that animation, but I always think of that when I look at specifically the zebras. They all come and go, but there's never really a collision or anything. They all know, okay, well, we exit this way, we enter this way, we exit this way, we enter this way. Yes, every now and again they step on each other's hooves in the actual water, but there's never really, even when you look at the Abdom storks and the red-billed quillias that we saw earlier on as well, or a couple of months ago, they never collide. How? You see, this is why I'm not an animal, because I would not know where to go. I would probably leave with the wrong harem. I would call the wrong mare my mother. This is why, if anyone was wondering, this is why Lisa is a lesser spotted Homo sapien and not one of these wild animals. I wonder how our zebra is doing that got injured that one Saturday whilst fighting with another stallion. I wonder how our black fluffy foal is doing. Sometimes I just wish the animals had a phone, that you could shoot them a text and say, hey, just checking in, just wanted to make sure you're alright. How's the family doing? How's the job hunting doing? Oh, machtig. Another wonderful example of why I'm not an animal or a zebra. I would literally, if there was an alarm, whether it be false or accurate, I would literally just stay in the water. Well, if it's my time, it's my time. I'm too lazy to get out now. But they have to do that. They never know, when an alarm is actually for something, or when a noise that they are not familiar with is for something that could potentially be dangerous to everyone. So that is why we actually see them rather going out of the water and then no, it's too early for that nonsense. Stop it. You never know when there's a crocodile. You never know if one actually did get injured or attacked by something. Tina, you would like to know if they would have reacted the same way to a snake. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I've actually never personally seen an interaction between zebras and snakes. But you never know. Animals are very resourceful, so they rely on each other when something is happening. So if there is potentially a snake, or, a lot of the times birds will actually alarm call if they see a snake. And the animals know which birds make which alarm calls. Don't ask me how or where they got that learner manual, because that is just absolutely incredible. But I think so. However, you never know if it's perhaps too late. A snake perhaps, they step on the snake bites them, and then everyone becomes very dramatic. But that is a very interesting question, Tina. I will see if I can find some footage or research or articles or anything on that. But I would assume so. I mean, I've been in an elephant sighting, And I remember the elephants got very, very, very much on edge. And this was at a lodge where I was still guiding with a tracker. So someone sitting on front of the vehicle and sort of assisting me with tracking the animals and spotting and all of that. And I remember Richard became a statue. He literally sat so still. And the next thing, the elephants became very antsy and dramatic almost, I want to say. And I thought, Richard, what's going on? You've never been afraid in any elephant sighting. What's happening? And what I did not see was that there was a black mamba right out of view for me, because he was literally in front of Richard's feet. So the bonnet of the vehicle was blocking my view. But between Richard and the elephants, and this is why the elephants sort of became upset, and Ricky was not very comfortable, to say the least. But the elephants definitely knew that there was a snake. So I'm assuming that all of the animals will pick up on that. But again, depending on the direction of wind, a lot of those things also play a role for the animals to be able to actually pick up a scent. Just like with lions and other animals, that they know, okay, well, something's not right. We can smell something. Something is amiss. But I see our elephant is still sticking around in Djuma, so let's go spend some time with him before he disappears. So yes, I know we see a lot of elephants on safari and on Escape to Nature. The other day Cedric saw about, I think it was 1,600 elephants. Of course, we are over-exaggerating when we say that, but it felt like that. But this elephant is the same one that we saw earlier on the open area. He's crossed Gowrie Dam in search of greener pastures. Now, the coloration on this elephant is due to the fact that he has got superpowers. So very rarely do elephants get this coloration. Now, of course, I'm just talking a lot of nonsense. It's literally him crossing the water. That is the bottom half being wet and the top half still being dry, which is wonderful. You know, we see that with the animals in Okukoyo. The zebras, the springbok, the impalas, when they go into the water, that is just to cool yourself down. But I think for this elephant, it was literally just a case of, should I go around the waterhole or should I do the simple thing and just go through it? And I think particularly, well, in my personal opinion, yes, we do see elephants nowadays on the dam cam here at Djuma, but not as often as we did a couple of weeks ago. So for me particularly, when we do see them here in Djuma on the dam cam, you know, I like to spend some time with them. Just because you never know when there will be another one. The zebras, the springbok in Okukoyo, I assume that they will grace us with their presence for the rest of the day. That being said, I'm not taking anything for granted, but you sort of have to, I think that's probably one of the most challenging things for any guide. When you take your guest on safari, making that actual call, shall I respond to the sighting of elephants, or shall I continue on this 2-hour journey and try to find the leopard that we've been tracking for the past hour and a half? And there might also be something around. Karen did tell us that there was some impalas alarm calling literally just after sunrise safari. And very distantly you can also hear some francolins. So there might be a kitty cat on the prowl. Ooh, that's nice. Nina, you would like to know if elephants without tusks are less aggressive. No, I wouldn't say so. For me personally, again, this is just, remember everything that we are elaborating on every day. Yes, we've got the basic knowledge and all of that, but it's from our personal experience and interpretation as well. So for me personally, the elephants that I've seen that don't have tusks, no, believe me, that does not stop them. I think they fully realize how big they are and how powerful they are. But that being said, I worked with an elephant, her name is Lundi, and she was a very, very gentle elephant. It's very rarely that she actually, disciplined anyone or used her tusks for anything other than eating. But a big male like this, obviously he knows the size of his body, but also his tusks. But elephants without tusks, believe me, they too will be resourceful. And just like that, we lose a 5.5 ton animal. I will keep an eye on the water holes, but for now, I'm going to send you to my decoy so Cedric and Igor can say good morning.
Yes, thank you so much, Lisa. As you can see, we've got a Cape glossy starling that's enjoying looks like a grasshopper, busy smacking it from side to side and trying to grab little pieces off there. And there has been a little lesser grey shrike that just came into play now as well, trying to steal the kill from that starling, but it looks like the shrike is just waiting for its opportunity to come down and grab it. So I want to take a look. Sorry, it's a red-backed shrike. Sorry, it's a red-backed shrike. I couldn't see the back there. That's a red-backed shrike. That's of course hanging around and just waiting to grab that kill. But it looks like the starling has pretty much finished most of that that grasshopper. Well done. That was a good meal. That was a big meal. You can see he's still got I think a little leg or something there. Sometimes they'll knock it from side to side to break little pieces off, and that does happen. They'll leave little pieces pretty much lying around, yeah. But yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and yes, behind the camera this morning with me once again, as always, we've got Igor. So yes, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm looking forward to the escape to nature this morning. Hopefully we can get fantastic stuff like we had yesterday morning. We were at Clow Dam. We had so many elephants. We had the wild dogs, and now, of course, what a great start to having that starling busy munching on a grasshopper. But looks like it's pretty much done there now. It is all overs, Godovers. Looks like he is now gone. But yeah, what's our plan for this morning? We are going to try and head over towards the Big Plains, go a little bit north of the reserve of Madikwe. Of course, yeah, in the northwestern area of South Africa. It is quite warm, but we're going to go to the Big Plains, go take a look at some of the dams around that area in the northern areas, maybe Kulubing Dam, take a look what's happening that side. So yes, I think there's a lot to do this morning. And let's have a good start with these little starling, Cape Starling. He's up there in the dead tree now. I don't know if we can get it. Sorry, I might. That's one now. Oh wait, there's a crimson-breasted shrike. Sorry, you see there? Yes, I think we got it. Oh, there it is. Crimson-breasted shrike. Look at that beautiful bird. This is my favorite bird here in Madikwe. That beautiful red breast, and of course, oh, he's on the ground, black back and a little bit of that white on the feathers. Look at that. Eating all the little ants that's roaming around on the ground. Maybe like little termites as well. It's a crimson-breasted shrike. Oh my word, what a way to start. This is exactly what I wanted to try and get onto screen in my stint here at Madikwe, and well, there it is. Of course, sometimes just hopping around, just almost like a thrush sometimes on the ground, where they like hop, 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 and grabbing all the little insects, a lot of the little ants that's running around there. And there is a yellow morph. I am definitely going to be looking out for the yellow morph as well. So where that red is, it'll be completely yellow. And that'll be pretty much due to the pigmentation, coloration on the feathers on the breast itself. Well, that was a lucky one. Just sitting here and they found us. Shelly, yes, definitely. What a start. Oh, look what he's got there, little worm. No, what's it? Look. Well, he dropped it. It looks like maybe a worm or something. I'm not too sure. But yes, Shelly, definitely a fantastic guy. Sorry about the poll. That is, of course, we have our sunroofs on here. So now and again, we'll have a poll on screen. I don't know what he grabbed there, but he got definitely a nice little thing. So, like, well done, Eagles, keeping up with this bird at the moment. Looks like the shrike is definitely not a bird that just likes to sit in one spot. It keeps on hopping and bouncing and floating all around this little spot here. But Shelly, yeah, definitely nice to see colorful birds. Nice to see this. It's not many colors on the crimson-breasted shrike. I mean, it's just really three: red, black. That's your majority of the color, and then of course a little bit of the white on the wing. I think he does grab that little worm again. It's difficult to see. It's just here at the sickle bush. It's buried in the sickle bush at the moment. Yeah, he's got like, oh, and doesn't know how to hold that food of his. He's all over the show too. Sorry about the pause. I might have to just try and reposition, but we'll see what he does. Let's see what he does. Nah, he's going into a bad spot now. Nah, he's going into a bad spot. Oh, wait, maybe he's going. Oh, he's playing. Bird baby, look, it's not that I enjoy the birds more here at Madikwe than Djuma. I think bird baby, the big thing here is I'm getting lifers. So in other words, I'm getting my first time sightings on certain species, which is fantastic. I think that's what you always look for, trying to go look for that new species. So being at Djuma, to get a new species on my list at Djuma, it's quite tough now because I've been there for such a long time in the Northern Sands and in that area, and I've been doing birding in that area for many years. So now coming up to Madikwe, you've got so many new different species here. So nice to see them. The other day we had that swallowtail bee-eater, which is so pretty, with that beautiful fork at the tail. The Lana falcon, this crimson-breasted shrike. So there is so many new species. I'm not going to say I'm enjoying it more. It's just I'm excited to get my bird list pretty much kind of ticked up quite rapidly at this point in time. So definitely. A little shrike that's still. So I thought it was. Oh, isn't one? I thought it might have been a red-backed shrike, but it looks more like a lesser grey shrike to me. Sorry, yeah, it's just. Yeah, it's a lesser grey shrike. a little black on the wings. Alright, yeah, the pole is in the way. Alright, so well, it looks like a lot of the birds have gone up. So we might start moving and start heading over to the plains. Oh, what have we got there? I think I might just have to jump out then. I'm going to take a look and go and touchy-feely. Always good to do touchy-feely stuff and to try and figure out what is happening. Oh, sorry about the door. Okay. So of course I could see a bit of scat here, but I'm trying to take a look. And always when you look at scat, never touch with your hands, not direct fingers, because there's a lot of bacteria in the scat itself. So always grab a stick. I don't mind dung. Dung to me, it's not protein. It's not like meat. It's not like digested meat and all that. Dung for me is like just grass, just vegetation. But a scat is, yeah. But this is so hard. This is like. But this also looks. I'm just trying to look as well. It's got a little bit of a red tinge to it, yeah. So a red tinge and a lot of almost like roots. Yeah, it's got grasses and roots in here. So this might be actually a porcupine, eh? So porcupine has got the typical red tinge to it, and it's also got that kind of almost a look to it. But I'm just going to double check on this. When I always think about looking at scat and looking at stuff, you must never look at a Mona Lisa painting through a drinking straw. You must rather look outside and look at the bigger picture, because then you can actually understand what has happened around here. So I'm looking here. It's very difficult because, as I say, this is not fresh. So of course some of the spurs are gone here. Looking at a bit of a spur here. Yeah, see that root? That's not. So this is a herbivore. So this is not a carnivore. So we'll call this dung. It's actually dung. Yeah, so just taking a look at it, as I said, it's okay. I don't mind picking up with my hands now because I know this is definitely porcupine. I'm just taking a look here. Look at the vegetation inside of it. So porcupine eats a lot of roots. So you'll find many times around certain areas, next to bushes or next to a tree, you'll find a lot of like a digging for actually going for the roots. So if you've got something, I don't know if the pole might be in the way, yeah? I can't see much here, but anyway, so sometimes you'll find like these little bushes and you'll see on the side a lot of digging and going deeper, and then of course the porcupine digging up those roots and feeding on the roots itself, and then of course moving along. So that is definitely this is definitely porcupine. I actually thought it was scat. I thought it might have been, as I say, for maybe a genet, maybe an African wildcat, something like that, but definitely not. Once again, let's take a look inside here. All the little grass and all the little roots. Very nice. Nice to see. I haven't seen a porcupine this side yet. So, and of course, what we call with herbivores, we will call it dung. So herbivores have dung. And if it's a carnivore is scat. And then of course your omnivores, we'll call it feces. So like humans, monkeys, baboons, even warthogs. So sometimes that's feces. So that's the three categories. Dung, feces, and scat. I will not pick up scat with my hand because scat, as I said once again, a lot of bacteria and not great for picking it up because of that. So yeah, lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, but so Always look around here, and then we've got some nice elephant dung. So here's some more dung. So of course this is old now. You can see it's already been kind of pushed out. Maybe something like the hornbills, the squirrels, franklins. They will kind of kick open this dung ball, and of course it'll spread open like this, and then they'll look for anything that hasn't been digested yet. But you can see a lot of the grass from the elephant. Look how much gets wasted. So you can understand that the elephant has to feed on so much. I mean, an elephant has to feed on at least about 5% of their body weight. And look at this, 70% gets passed through, 70%. Now with the elephant here, you can see it's a lot of grass, but they haven't got these big trees, so you don't see these big branches inside of their dung itself. A lot of it's still got a lot of grass, I think grass and leaves. So yes, very interesting this side of things, just to take a look. Very, very nice, I say. Alright, I can't hear, sorry to Tadiwe, no idea what it says, a lot of breakages with the comms and picking up anything. Alright, well let's go over to Nick in Kariega, as he's got some beautiful striped mammals he wants to show you.
Thanks, Cedric. Don't forget to wash your hands. But no, we've still got our lovely scene with our zebras here. And our little zebra foal still taking it easy. You can see lying down just on the right hand side there. It's definitely a relaxing day for a lot of our different species here. A lot of blesbok and things like that also lying down, resting, taking it easy. And a few different birds around and about calling. Obviously at the end of the last segment that I had here at Kariega, you heard, I'm sure, those hadedas that were yakking away. You can kind of see them in the foreground moving around. Also quite a lot of canaries that have been calling now. Yellow-fronted canary, brimstone canaries, which is always very nice to hear. And our zebras giving us the proverbial butt shot. Just going to pan across and show you what else we've got here. So our big group of buffalo still around and about. You can see quite a few of them still resting on the right hand side of the frame there, still lying down, but everybody else slowly starting to get up and move. Kind of look like they're moving in an easterly direction to do a bit of feeding, which is quite normal. Remember, there is that low-lying depression that I'm sure they'll head to maybe later on in the day, settle down around there and do a little bit of ruminating. But it's nice and cool today, you know, so it's not like they've had to get up and move around to feed a lot this morning. You know, temperature's still nice and cool. I've still got a jacket on, a little jersey on. So you can't blame them for having a little bit of a slower day today. Jenna, I'm just going to listen to the team in the office once again for the question. I just had a little bit of a drop in the signal there quickly. I think you were talking about photography and photographing the scene. Jenna, so yeah, I've got the question now. In terms of photographing this sort of scene, you see how I started off out quite wide, just to kind of give an idea of kind of the whole size of the herd, of where they are in relation to the ridge line. So there's more of that sort of broader animal in the environment type of shot that I started with. And there you want to get a lot of things in focus. You know, you want to get your herd of buffalo in focus, you want some of the hills in the background in focus. So there you'll shoot at sort of f8 or f11, trying to get as much in focus as possible. And now you can see I've kind of zoomed in a little bit more and wanting to get some sort of closer in footage of one or two individuals doing a bit of feeding. So maybe closer in like this, you wouldn't need to be as high as sort of f11. Maybe you could shoot at 5.6 or so. But it obviously is a little bit of a trickier scene here, as you know, there are so many buffalo around. In terms of subject separation, it's a little bit more difficult. So I think this type of scene lends itself more to a wider angle shot, showcasing the whole herd. Remember here, your shutter speed doesn't need to be all too high, as there's not a whole lot of movement. But at the same time, you want a nice, sharp, crisp picture. Maybe a sort of 320th of a second, 400th of a second, somewhere there. And obviously today we've got these more overcast conditions. So it's got its pros and its cons. You know, we're not going to be getting the deep shadows today of a very bright, clear blue sky day. And obviously buffalo are darker animals, so that's going to help us quite a lot. But then also you won't have those deep shadows in the eyes and things like that. You know, our buffalo should continue to feed longer later into the morning, as it's not too hot. This bull on the left here, he's a beauty. So in terms of, you know, photographically, he would be a beautiful one to maybe get a portrait of. You know, with those horns, that would be beautiful. So you might have to kind of just wait a little bit here and see if they do feed towards us. You know, they're definitely still quite far away here, but a nice sort of head and shoulders, if you want to call it that, might be a nice type of shot to go for. And nice to see this big bull with the herd as well. If you were with us yesterday during our sunset safari, I was talking about how a lot of the bigger bulls had peeled off from the herd for a day or two. It's really nice to see that he's made his way back into the herd. In terms of where these buffalo are now, they're more on the sort of the far western side of the clearing, starting to move towards the southern side of the clearing, and potentially by this evening, maybe all the way on the far eastern side. You know, for them, they don't really have to move all too far, because there is lots of water around, there's lots of good feeding around. It's cooler today, so they don't need to move big distances, you know, from the water holes to good patches of shade. You know, it's fine for them to kind of ride out in the middle of the open area today. See in the background there, we've got one or two male nyalas. But a lovely little bit of this and that. There's still a good amount of calves in this buffalo herd as well. But I think in terms of my plan, in terms of my strategy for today, I think I'll spend a little bit of time with this buffalo herd, and then potentially look to move further west away from Scotia Dam. With it being a nice cool day, I think I might potentially try and see if we can get lucky with lions. I was chatting to one of the other guides this morning, and he says there was quite fresh tracks of some of the lionesses, not all too far from here, around the Gora Plains area. So I'll have a look and see if I can't meander around there, see if we can potentially get lucky with any of those lionesses. Remember, there are 3 lionesses. I think I've only shown you the youngest lioness of around 2.5 years. So it's really exciting that there is a possibility of seeing some new lions that we've never seen before here on Kariega, which is always a welcome surprise. There's obviously no guarantees of seeing them, of finding them, but if you don't try, you'll never succeed. And obviously along the way, in terms of looking for those lions, those lionesses, there is the chance of elephants, chance of rhinos, chance of giraffe. If you were with us during our sunrise safari, I was saying I'm really hoping to see some zebras and giraffe today. And we've been lucky enough so far with zebra. Haven't managed to get any giraffe quite yet. Still having a good scan around these clearings here. No sign of them for the moment. There's a pair of black-headed orioles that are calling to each other, kind of just on my right-hand side. Remember, they've got that very fluid, liquidy type of call. Beautiful. Donovan, that's a good question. No, they're actually safer being in the open areas here than the thickets. Remember, the thickets that we have here are very dense. So the main biome being Albany thicket is very dense compared to something like the Lowveld. So being in the open area here, yes, they are going to be spotted a whole lot easier by things like lions. But at the same time, there's not a lot of cover for the lions to use to try and stalk closer to something like these buffaloes here. You know, so this open area really is like a buffer. You know, in those thickets there's a lot of places for things like lions to hide. And only at the last minute maybe the buffalo might spot them. Whereas here in the open area, very, very difficult for lions to stalk closer to them. Remember, there are plenty of other species here on the clearings of zebras, impalas, blesboks and yalas that will also be looking around for potential threats like lions. So this is actually a very safe place for them to be. And remember, here as well, in the open area, if they do spot something like a lion, they're able to keep an eye on where it goes. Whereas you can imagine if they're in the thickets and all of a sudden they spot a lion, but then just like that the lion moves from one thicket to the next. They don't know where that lion is, it's now gone, but they know there's a lion there somewhere. And you can imagine how unnerving that must be. A big bull, this one moving across. So this is definitely going to be a nice safe spot for this herd of buffalo to be. You know, if you think about things like impala, if they see something like, let's say, a leopard in an open clearing like this, you know, obviously when they spot the leopard, there's fear that ripples through the herd and they start alarm calling, letting that leopard know that, all right, we've seen you, you know, because every predator really needs the element of surprise to be able to make it a successful hunt. So by alarm calling, that's saying to the predator, I found you, we know you there, there's no point in you trying to hunt us. Then often in an open area like this, what you will find is, let's say the impalas are 100 meters off from that leopard or that lion walking through this open clearing, they'll actually move even closer, alarm calling ferociously the whole time, incessantly the whole time. And the thinking behind actually moving closer, you'd think that would be the opposite. But it's that they can keep an eye on where that potential threat is, so they know exactly where it is. It's not a case of, once again, we know there's a predator here, but we're actually not sure of the exact position right now. So it's really interesting. But to cut a long story short, this is a nice safe spot for these buffalo to be. You know, if you think about what they like to feed on, they like grasses, they're grazers, you know. Nice long grasses would be more beneficial. And if you think around the grasses growing up around some of the small shrubs and things like that, it's slightly longer there. They're using those shrubs as sort of structure to grow taller. So the buffalo will look to be targeting those. But this is probably the best spot that the buffalo could choose to be. And I think it's more than likely why we see this particular herd of buffalo spending such a large amount of time on these clearings around Scotia Dam. Because it's safe, because there's lots of good food, and there's readily available water sources. Remember, they're very water dependent species. So in terms of food and water, there's pretty much everything they need right here. In terms of safety, it's one of the best areas that they could be. I mean, they really are just winning at life at the end of the day. You can see some blesbok resting in the foreground there. And our herd is on the move, moving from A to B.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
And as always, if you do hear some additional voices, those are just the visitors here at Okokoyo that are enjoying all of these beautiful animals with us. We are seeing it in real time and they are seeing it in real life. So as I said, these beautiful blackbirds that we can see right now, they are called the Abdom storks. They are seasonal migrators, so they do follow the rain. And then we've still got some springbok around, wildebeests, zebras, giraffe far out back. It really is a proper aggregation, as we would call it. When all of these various species come together and they are able to coexist. And if you think about it, no one really is bothering everyone. Yes, they do all want the same thing, which is the water. I mean, the Aptom storks, they are looking for insectivores and aquatic creatures and mollusks. Whereas the zebras, they will come to the water and then they move away again, going to look for some grass, as are the wildebeest. The springbok are fairly resourceful, I have to say. They've really been getting as much food as possible, which is kind of scary if you think about it. Nothing about this looks appetizing. But they really do move around. They get as much nutrients from the grass that is available to them. But just like anywhere else in the world, the animals adapt, they acclimate. They know how to survive out here. They know that they should be moving on if the food is very limited or no more. And I suspect that's probably what we'll be seeing with the Aptom storks, probably in the next... if I had to guess, I would say in the next week or two. If there's no rain that comes, then the Aptom storks will definitely carry on, move along, find some other water areas where they can get the outbreaks of the insects, and then carry on with their life. But again, how do they make that call? Who decided that, listen, I know everyone is frustrated, I know everyone is tired, and I know that sun is scorching on our backs. But let's just be a little bit more patient. Perhaps the rain will come and we'll get all of the insects in the soil. Like who's the leader? Who decides? But what a beautiful day here in Okokoyo. And just to keep you posted. Our elephant in Djuma has taken off, wandered off into the bush. And I've still got my eyes on the Djuma Dam cam as well, so if there's anything happening, I will definitely send us over there. For now, this truly is... Oh, man, I know we see this every day, but it really never gets old. I always wonder, how do they decide which side of the waterhole are they going to be chilling at today? And is that like a collective decision? Is it just one of them that decides that? Is it sort of just random, follow the leader? Monkey see, monkey do? You see, I told you, the zebras get there. There's something in the water that sort of, that warms up the voice. And then they decide, whoop, 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 for the rest of the day. They don't do that before they come to the water. I'm telling you, it's something in the water that activates that. I remember when I was in primary school, my parents forced me to be in the choir for the whole of 7 years. And we always used to drink, especially when we were doing competitions and things like that. We always drank pineapple juice beforehand because that is very good for the larynx. Perhaps there's something like pineapple juice in the water for the zebras. Monique, good morning. You are saying, yay, Lisa's back. Thank you, Monique. Good to hear from you. I love hearing from all of you, and I love that you guys are so loyal, joining us so often, asking your questions and your comments. And please, if you are perhaps new on Escape to Nature, You have no idea what's happening right now. Welcome. We are taking you on a journey through nature where we become one with the animals. And no, I'm just kidding. No, we just take some time, spend some time with the animals, watch their behaviors, see what they are up to. And as always, you are more than welcome to send me your questions, your comments. Perhaps you want to know, is my hair in a braid today? Do I have any nail polish on my nails? Am I wearing earrings today? No, you're more than welcome to send us through your questions about the animals, about the locations, about us as naturalists. We love hearing from you. And of course, when you do talk to us, it's just a little bit of a confirmation that we are not completely crazy, just talking to ourselves. However, that being said, we do have the wonderful directors in our ears. So that does help from time to time. Just giving that little bit of confirmation. Hey, you are not talking to yourself. Which I do a lot, so I mean, for me it's not really a problem. But I wonder if we will see any elephant action today in Ukukoyo. Perhaps a rhino or a leon. Exhilarating to sit here and not know what is going to happen and unfold today. Perhaps we'll see a cheetah on an elephant's back, chasing away a rhino that's trying to make friends with a lion. You never know. Sadiwa is saying that she hopes that we see an actual unicorn, not the rhino, but an actual unicorn. What color will it be, Tadiwa? Will it be colorful, like in the fairy tales? Will it fit the location's colors? Oh, machtig, okay. It's going to be an iridescent unicorn. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are in for some interesting things today, but just look at all of these stalks. Oh my goodness. It really is very strange. I mean, on Friday, yes, they were all still around, but they were definitely fewer, a lot fewer. So I wonder how they decide, of course they do break up in their flocks and their smaller flocks, and then they join together as one flock. But how do they decide? Like, does Sammy and Johnny have a fight? And then they decide, okay, well, our gang is not joining your gang today. We are going to a different waterhole. How does it work? Oh dear, and now it is raining in Djuma. Just to keep you posted. Not profusely. It might stop. It's incredible when you look at all of the locations, especially a couple of weeks ago, a lot of people commented on how is it raining everywhere, and then Tess in Amakala is having the most beautiful day of sunshine. And I really feel it's the same with us in Ukukoyo. It's always clear skies, pretty sunshine. And then you literally teleport to somewhere else, whether it be Djuma or Madikwe or Pridelands, and it could be a completely different scene. Jeez, are these stalks going to stop? Just bear with me. I just want to actually see the sky. Jeeboo. It's a lot. Baie voeltjies. Isn't it fascinating to know that these birds are still hopeful for rain? They might still be anticipating some rain. And I mean, when you look at a lot of the other animals as well, for instance, the woodlands kingfishers, do they all collectively decide, okay, now we're going? Do they just realize, oh gosh, I've been hearing fewer and fewer of our friends, shall we move on? Is there a specific time that comes that they realize, okay, well, now is the time for us to move on? What is it about these animals? I don't know who of you have pets at home, whether it's a dog or cat or a squirrel or whatever you have. But I'm sure many of you have seen, if you take a little bit too long with feeding them, I've seen particularly with dogs, if you take a little bit too long to feed them, you've got an extra 10 minutes, they sort of know. They're like, excuse me, I don't care if you're on a Zoom meeting or not, it's dinner time. You better get off that laptop and feed me. I wonder if it's the same for these animals, you know, the migrators, like we see these Abdom storks. Do they know, okay, well, it is the end of this time, or it is the end of April, or whatever the case is, and they know, okay, well, we will not be getting rain? Or do they, like a lot of other animals, you know, sort of read weather and feel the weather? I know a lot of people don't believe in that. I personally do. I've had a lot of personal sightings where you can actually see where the animals definitely know there's a storm coming or something is about to happen. Do they just sort of follow that? Tariwa, it's very, very, very rude to be laughing and giggling in my ear and not tell me the joke. These animals, these animals. The creatures we see on the camera, but also the animals in FC. We have a lot of fun. And just to give you another update, now it's stopped raining in Djuma. There is nothing like the weather in the Greater Kruger. It really is the most unpredictable and the most ever-changing thing. Here in Okokoyo, for me personally, I've sort of come to know the weather and get familiar with it. For the most part, it's sunny, and then generally later the afternoon, some of the clouds pull in, and then, I don't know, somehow they get deterred by this waterhole and they literally just bypass. But as always, if you have any questions or comments, please do let us know. If you have perhaps just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature. We are currently in the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia. And we are having a lot of fun with all of these animals. My name is, of course, Lisa. I'm the waterhole naturalist. But we are looking at some zebras, springbok, we had a giraffe, we've had an elephant in Djuma already. We've had some general game with Nick, and then Cedric has also been doing some birding. We actually got a lifer today, which is a crimson-breasted shrike. They truly are lovely birds. Oh, we've got a Mickey Mouse antelope coming. For those of you that don't know, I refer to the kurus as the Mickey Mouse antelope with their beautiful round ears. But yes, lots of storks coming down again. I was just saying that I wonder how long they will be sticking around when they will finally decide, alright, well, the rain doesn't seem to be coming. Let's move elsewhere, see if we can find some rainy areas for the insects. And as always, please do send through your questions and your comments. We love hearing from you. You are ultimately on safari with us. And we want to know, what are you looking for? What do you want to learn about? What do you want to chat about? Perhaps you've got a question about the kudus. Perhaps you've got a question for Cedric, what he had for dinner last night. Or you want to know from Nick, since he's behind the lens of a camera, does he brush his hair in the morning? Perhaps you want to ask me the same. But definitely do get in touch with us. We love hearing from you, whether it's your questions, your comments, even suggestion. Maybe you want me to move the camera off a bit. You want to see the bigger picture. Jacinta, you are saying the bush penguins, the Abdom storks. Jacinta, I have a question for you. I would like to know, is your real name Jacinta, or is that like your nickname? I apologize if that's a personal question. It's just such a pretty name. I've been wondering about that. I will tell you about my name. So my name is, of course, not the general spelling of Lisa. It's L-I-E-S-A. Which, believe me, is weird even in Afrikaans. I don't know, my parents just thought, let's make her life a little bit more difficult. And then people will ask her, is your name like Liza or Liesa? Believe me, even I don't know how to pronounce my name anymore. But my name is actually, I was not a planned Homo sapien. So I was a surprise. And then, by the time I was ready to greet the world, this is very personal now, but we are in it already. By the time I was ready to greet the world, I still did not have a name. And my one brother used to love The Simpsons. And so he said, why don't we just call her Lisa? Because, of course, the little girl is Lisa. And then yes, as I say, my parents probably just threw in the spelling as a little bit of a twist or to make things interesting. And that is where my name Lisa comes from, Jacinta. So if you don't mind me asking, is Jacinta your real name? Is it a nickname? It's a very pretty name. And if any of you have any interesting nicknames or even your real name, please do let me know. Like the Springbok. It's very straightforward. Spring literally means like spring, jumping. Bok means antelope, so literally jumping antelope. Very straightforward. Kudu, they are very optimistic animals. So when they wake up in the morning, they say, I could do this or I could do that. I really could do anything I want. Zebras. No, I can't make up some nonsense story for you there. And then the Abjam stork is actually from, I have to remember correctly now. I know it was an Egyptian governor, I think from the 1700s, if I'm not mistaken, that they got named after. And the same for the stalks in this leadwood tree we see off to our left. How do they decide? Okay, Frikkie, you are on watch duty. Choose 20 teammates and you guys will be situated in the tree. Please look out for any potential danger approaching us. Or please, perhaps they are sitting up there judging the other stalks, seeing what they are doing wrong. How can they work smarter? How can they improve on their viewing skills for looking for food? Mike, good morning. You would like to know if we ever see the storks foraging in the waterhole. Yes, definitely, but there's not a lot of, what's interesting about them, there's not a lot of rotation going on, if that makes sense. So again, how do they decide that? You can see there are some of them actually in the water. And as I say, for the most part, they are insectivores, so they like to, especially after rain, that is why they are seasonal migrators. They like to probe the soil, looking for insects, but they will feed on aquatic creatures as well. So definitely, but I don't think there's a lot left right now. That is just my personal opinion. I don't think there really is something to be desired. Not even just in the water, in the soil as well. I don't know who of you agree, but this does not look like a buffet at all. But again, perhaps they know, perhaps they anticipate more rain. Perhaps they are just holding out a little bit, pushing it as far as they can, and then if there's no rain coming, that one springbok's like, how am I supposed to get out of here? Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Oh dear, there's so many of you. Sorry, Mike, I got distracted there. Yes, the storks do forage in the waterhole as well. That springbok really doesn't know where to go. Perhaps if I retrace my tracks. That one is the go-getter in the herd. I will lead the way. I remember one evening I was so lost. We were following lions and went off-road. And it became very dense in the bush eventually. And as I said, it was evening, it was dark. I literally can relate with the springboks so much because we were in the middle of nowhere. It was dark all around us. Eventually I gave blankets to the guest and said, listen, just cover yourself in blankets, put your head under the blankets. We are finding a way out now. Because it's difficult when you're off-roading at night, particularly, my previous lodge, we didn't have trackers. So they weren't in front of your vehicle seeing your actual path that you have created. So you sort of just have to find your way out. And if you are following an animal for that long, I'm sure many of you have seen on safari as well, when we are following a leopard or something like that, it can become quite dense. And it's impressive to think that that animal just navigates its way. It knows exactly where it's going. But I felt exactly like the springbok. And eventually we've got a unicorn. Tadiwa, we've got a unicorn. Eventually I actually had to call a colleague and say, can you please just stand on the road for me with your spotlight so that I can see where I am and how far the road is. And yes, eventually we got out. Tadiwa, we shall call this unicorn Tadiwa after you. That's funny. That's the first time I see a one-horned springbok in Okokoyo. There you are. Alright, now if you can please manifest some other animals for us as well, that'd be great. Ooh. Okay, I won't say that because I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to take advantage of Mother Nature now, but Tadiwa is manifesting something else for us. Something is in the works, for she has manifested a unicorn for us. And again, I don't know what happened to this, I almost said unicorn, to the springbok. Was he perhaps just born with one horn? Perhaps he's fought with another springbok, he or she. Can't really tell now what the sex is. unless you were actually with an animal when something happened, you will never know what truly happened to that animal. You know, often we would set out on morning safari, and perhaps you are lucky enough to find an actual pride of lions, say on a buffalo kill. Unless we were there to see the lions taking down that buffalo, you would never know what happened. Perhaps that buffalo just slipped in mud, or it got stuck in mud and just couldn't get out, and the lions got it. Yes, they still hunted it then, but I mean in terms of actual strategy, ambushing an animal, chasing it, taking it down. It's so easy for us to say, well, this is most probably what happened to this animal, but you don't know. I don't know what happened to the springbok. Were you born this way? Did you fight with someone? Did you fall on a rock and break your horn? Which sounds silly, but it's all possible. The other day we had one of the springbok sort of slip and fall over into the inlet of this waterhole. He quickly came back, like bounced back literally. But I have no idea why this beautiful animal is a unicorn. I can't tell you. Jacinta, you are saying yes, that is your real name. It means hyacinth in Spanish. Ooh, what does that mean? Hyacinth. Ooh, hyacinth is a beautiful plant. Small genus of bulbous spring-blooming perennials. They are fragrant flowering plants. And the genus is native to the area of the eastern Mediterranean from the south of Turkey to Israel, although naturalized more widely. Is that correct, Jacinta? I don't know, so you are going to have to educate me here. Oh, I see you even get a hyacinth macaw, which is also sort of like a bluish purple color. That is lovely. You see, I'm learning. This is wonderful. Please send me the rest of your names as well so I can educate myself. I feel very simple now. Just having a name from The Simpsons. It's not very original. You win this one, Jacinta. But that is beautiful. Thank you. I'm also now educated once again. Hyacinth. That is lovely. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I count myself educated. Alrighty, it sounds like I am sending you over to Nick. Who's got something tawny.
Okay. This tawny thing is called a lion. Alright, and I'm super happy to be able to bring these lions to you live. Oh, down that one goes. So I have managed to find us some lionesses. Hoorah, boom shakalaka, we nailed it. And that little clap unfortunately got the attention of that lioness in the back. So that lioness that we can see at the back on the left, that is the younger one, the 2.5-year-old that we have seen before. So we saw her mating with the males, when was that, mid-January or so. This other lioness that we can see on the right hand side, this is the first time I have seen her, and this is the first time we have ever brought her to you live, so it's also really exciting. She does have a sister which is kind of in the shrub behind the one on the left, kind of tucked in there. So there are 3 lionesses all together here. And just judging by the size of the head of this one on the right hand side, she's a lot older, she's a lot more mature, her head is bigger, her head is broader. And as you can see, we're kind of at the top of a ridge line here, looking down on one of the valleys, so we do have a beautiful view. So remember earlier, I was telling you how their tracks were close to one of the waterholes, Oxpecker Dam. So I was making my way to Oxpecker Dam. Hadn't got there yet, and I thought the dam might be a good spot to actually start. So I was making my way from some of the clearings from Gora Plains down to the dam itself. Just kind of keeping an eye out on things, and kind of just found them tucked up against this bush. A little bit difficult to see here. Oh, there's a big yawn. Look at that. A little bit difficult to look for tracks with these longer grasses, but it was a very pleasant surprise. Really cool to be able to see some new lionesses as well. I'd absolutely love for this lioness to stand up for us, just to get a better idea of how big she really is. But you can see that camouflage, you know, in and amongst all of those grasses there. She's got some incredible camouflage going on. That is now the second yawn that we've seen. Remember, in terms of potentially getting up and even shifting positions, we do want to see some yawns. We want to see potential grooming. So I'm definitely going to stick around and see what happens. But you can imagine if she had to lie flat down in those grasses there, she would be so difficult to spot. And obviously having incredible eyesight, for her to scan around and look at the surrounding area here, she's got a really good vantage point from here. I think they're kind of just getting a little bit of a breeze, just really taking it easy. Earlier today we were talking about sleeping patterns and talking about lions being one of the animals that are able to really sleep the most amongst all of the species. And I feel like they're giving us a relatively good description of that here today, a good rendition. But now, so that this lioness is kind of out of that shrub, she's got her head up just a little bit for us. She is a very alert, vigilant lioness, this one, by the looks of things. Joe, I know, you can see she's a master of camouflage. And let me see if I can just zoom out all the way for you here quickly. Look at that. I mean, if you're driving past and she maybe had her head down just a little bit, you can really see why there's a pretty good chance you might not even see her. Obviously, if we go a little bit closer in again, you can see at the back of her ears, when she kind of moves them, how there's that blackish color behind them. That's a little bit more of a giveaway. And in a scene like this here, zooming in like this is where manual focus on your camera becomes so important. You know, there's grasses all over the place. And I hope I'm nailing the job here. But it's always exciting trying to find a new animal that you've never seen. And I was definitely very excited when the guys said that there's tracks of these lionesses here. Usually they're staying down on the far western side of the reserve, if you think of Bushman's River and things like that. They're usually quite far from here, and tricky as well. You know, a lot of thick, dense areas there, so just to give you an idea of distances and things like that, to get from Scotia Dam to that far western area where they usually move around, it's probably a good 45 minutes to an hour of driving or so to get there. So it is quite far, and obviously it is tricky once you get there if they are kind of tucked up in some of those bushes. So really nice to have them right on the top of an open area like this. We can have a good look. I think at some point there's a relatively good chance that she might shift position to maybe even flop back down in that little thicket potentially where her sister is. But I'm here for the long haul. I'm here to stay, and hopefully these lions will put a show on for us. I've got my water, I've got a little snack with me as well. I've got my sunscreen, a jacket and a hat. So I'm good to go. You can see the wind moving through the area here, ruffling up those grasses. More of a enjoyable breeze than a stiff wind like we've been having for the past few days.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So it is quite tough to tell because the grasses are quite long, but it looks like her mouth might be open a little bit, which suggests that she might be panting a little bit. And if that is the case, it potentially means that she is feeling a little warmer, you know, in terms of possibly having had a feed over the past sort of day or two. In terms of the temperature today, it's not all too hot, so there would be no need to be panting today. Wow, beautiful. That would have been the picture to get with that yawn. I was sleeping on the job. I was actually scanning across towards the Zebra Plains area, having a quick look there. So I didn't even get to have a good look at the color of the teeth. Yeah, there we go, got a good look there. So remember, the color of a lion's teeth is going to be one of the best ways to actually age a lion. And I'm not exactly sure of the age of this lioness. Like I said, this is the first time I've seen her. But remember, very yellow colored teeth are going to obviously indicate a slightly older lion. This is the youngest lioness that we're having a look at, chasing flies. Lovely little bit of interaction to see there. So lionesses will they will hold territories as well, in terms of if there are other lionesses that come into the area, they will be territorial of that area. You know, you don't see lionesses sort of scent marking and things like that as actively as males, but there will be a lot of animosity to rival females who are not of the same pride coming into an area. But that was nice to see a bit of interaction between that younger lioness and this individual. So obviously for me, this is the first time seeing any of these types of interactions and behaviors between these individuals. And nice to see how that older lioness was quite a sort of accepting of that lioness coming a bit closer, you know, looking for a bit of reassurance and comfort, and that grooming like that, obviously strengthening the bond between the two of them. I think the snarling that we saw, that's more got to do with there are a few flies and things like that around, but there wasn't any audible type of growling or anything like that. You can see that the tail of that lioness is still flicking all over the place. But I am very excited to potentially see this older lioness stand up for us. From what I understand, judging, at least speaking to some of the other guides, at least one of these older lionesses is relatively big. She is a large-sized female. So I'm definitely excited to see what she looks like standing up. Obviously hard to tell in terms of full development what sort of weight she'd be just looking at her head. And I think potentially what I might look to do is maybe just reposition a little bit here. Just see if I can get a view of that other lioness together with this one. But I'm definitely going to stick around and hopefully bring you more scenes of these lionesses just now. But I think for now, let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Baie dankie, Nick. I'm so happy you found lions. No lions this side yet. But that is perfectly fine. I'm okay with that. I love watching these storks. I love watching the springbok, especially this one closest to us. Isn't that just a lovely bottom? Now I'm just trying to see if there are any animals approaching from afar, but nothing yet, which is fine. We shall see what today will hold for us here at Okukoyo as well as Djuma at Gowrie Dam, and see which animals will come to grace us. Sadly, we cannot drive around and look for the animals, but sometimes I think we are a little bit more spoiled, just waiting at the waterholes to see what animals will come for a drink or for a cool off, or apparently for something to eat. I have no idea what the springbok could possibly be eating. But animals are resourceful. They will feed on whatever is available to them. Of course, with regard to their diet. The springbok is not going to eat one of these storks if it gets super hungry. Well, I hope not. That would be quite the scene. Just to let you know, while you were spending some time with Nick, I counted all of the storks. There are 1,372. I can confirm that. Not really. I'm gifted, but not that gifted. I think we would spend quite a bit of time trying to... However, with the storks, it's a little bit easier, I would find, as opposed to the zebras that are constantly moving around, coming and going to the waterhole. There's not that much movement from the storks.
Yeah, so we've managed to reposition here. Obviously Murphy's Law, we did have the perfect spot, and we're still in a good spot. But the younger lioness has just flopped down right to the left hand side of this lioness that we can see. She was sitting up, but we'll give it a bit of time. Maybe she'll give us a bit of love and poke her head back up again. Obviously with this longer grass that we've got here, them shifting around and flopping down and things like that is going to flatten the grass here. So it'll be interesting to see when they do move off from the spot. I'd imagine there'll be a flattened sort of circular area from them lying down. But Sham, I'm just thinking, obviously we saw this lioness, it looked like her mouth was slightly open, and I'm just thinking why there would be so many flies bugging them. And it's not like it's a very hot day and there's lots of flies cruising around or little midges or anything like that. I'm just thinking maybe they have come off of a carcass, where there has been a high density of flies around there. But we will only know for sure once they stand up. In terms of blood on the side of the face and things like that, remember lions are very good at grooming each other. Cleaning up bits of blood and things like that. Look at that camouflage now that she puts her head down. That is unbelievable. You would never know there's a lion driving past. Even if someone had said to you, guys, there's lions in the area here, drive this section of road for 300 meters and spot where the lion is. You would think that that's maybe a small little rock or something that's there. That is incredible camouflage. And obviously camouflage like that is crucial for when they are needing to hunt. You can imagine an area like where they are here, where the grasses are not really all too long, they would need to crouch as low down to the ground as possible. And that obviously takes years of experience, knowing what types of areas are good to use in terms of cover. Wind direction obviously comes into play when hunting as well. Maturity, this lioness on the right will be a lot more mature when it comes to hunting than that younger lioness on the left. Knowing when to kind of just sit in a thicket in good cover and wait for the prey species to make a move when it gets to kind of a stalemate. That comes with maturity. Obviously lions are born with an element of instinct, but that hunting needs to be honed. They need to be taught all of those different processes. Remember when lions are small, when they're cubs, mom will leave them stashed in a bush or somewhere in the bank of a river or something like that when she goes off hunting. So they don't join the hunt until eventually they do start to trail in on those hunts, not actively getting involved, but watching the process of how the lionesses work cohesively together as one unit, as one pride. And watching how they do it. And then it gets to the stage of, kind of around a year or so that they start to get involved in the hunt. But that's the stage where the hit and miss ratio, or the miss ratio rather, with the pride becomes a lot higher. You've got these young lions who've watched a few hunts going on and all of a sudden they think they're the real McCoy. They think they're the cream of the crop when it comes to hunting. They haven't learnt that process of knowing when to just sit down, sit still and bide your time. And it's infuriating for the lionesses because those youngsters kind of move prematurely and they give up the hunt, they give away the hunt. And from there, the youngsters think, the lioness's mom will provide, and they run over to mom and looking for a bit of, love and comfort and body contact and things like that. And that's often when you see the lionesses snarling at those youngsters, furious with them. But this young lioness of 2.5 years, she'll have enough experience under her belt now to be a really good hunter. And she is a pretty lioness as well. If she does poke her head up again, you'll see she doesn't have a lot of scratches or scars or anything like that on her. She's a really good looking lioness. Quite pale under the chest as well. I'm sure you can hear a little zitting sound in the background, just a high-pitched little call. It's from a bird called a zitting cisticola. Sebastian of 10 years old, that's a good question. Do lions spit up hairballs? Yeah, they do. You sometimes see lions getting into like a little coughing fit, a little sneezing fit. That's often because they do have a bit of hair that they're trying to cough up. And yeah, they'll spit out these little hairballs sometimes. I feel like leopards will do it more regularly than what lions will do it. Remember, the reason being for that is because leopards will pluck the hair off of the carcass. So often if you do watch a leopard take, let's say, an impala up into the tree, stash it safely in the tree, and you'll see it plucking that hair off and spitting it out. But you know, even after that, sometimes the leopards will still get a bit of hair sort of caught in the digestive tract as they're eating the pieces of the carcass. So for all cats, you will see them sometimes coughing up a bit of hair, a bit of fur, spitting it out. And sometimes it's a little bit of a mission for them to get it out, and you really hear them making some strange noises, getting into a little bit of a sneezing fit. But this is one comfy looking lioness, I think. You can see she's got her back turned towards where the wind is coming from, which is quite a normal sort of posture for not just lions, not just all of the cats, but all animals. You'll often see impalas doing the same thing, turning your back towards the wind, even when it's raining. It's amazing, you know, when we saw her lying down like that earlier, how little of her we could see and how hard it becomes to spot her. I wonder how many lions and leopards and things like that I've driven past and I've just had no idea that it's been there, and it's just watched me driving past, and it's probably like 20 meters away. You know, these animals probably have a good chuckle. You know, their sense of hearing is so good, they can hear us coming from a mile away, hearing this vehicle getting closer and closer, you know, and then it's just lying out in the open like this, but it crouches down a bit and you kind of just drive past. There must be so many occasions where that's happened. Yeah, the little zitting cisticulus flying overhead again. I'm sure you heard that little call there. In terms of where we are, right at the top of the ridgeline, it's nice and open, nice and grassy here. So that's one of the preferred habitats for zitting cisticula. They don't really like the thick, dense areas. I can hear some white-necked ravens calling in the distance as well. So I might stick with these lionesses a little longer, but potentially even continue to make my way down towards Oxpecker Dam, where I was initially going to start my search. Calvin, 100%. Lionesses are definitely more camouflaged than males. You know, if you look at the general sort of genetic pool of male lions that we have in South Africa, largely they have darker, sort of blacker colored manes. Obviously it's very contrasting to the rest of the body, so 100% lionesses are much more camouflaged. This lioness is putting a beautiful little yawning display on for us here. Yeah, we were talking about hunting. If you look at the hunting of what lions get up to, largely, if it's during the day, you would never see really too often the males joining in on the hunt. You know, sometimes if it's a big prey species like a buffalo, that might happen. And because if the males obviously joined in during the day on the hunt, you know, that very contrasting color of the mane is not nearly as camouflaged as the lionesses, so they give away that element of surprise. I mean, obviously lions are classified as being a nocturnal species, but they have been documented quite a few times hunting during the day. Here we go, the other lioness has got up. So this will be the sister of that one that she's grooming there. What a beautiful view. Look at those shoulder muscles. Strong, dense. So obviously grooming, like we're seeing here, is reinforcing the bond between the two of them. But also definitely helps with keeping each other clean, keeping up those hygiene levels. What a beautiful bit of interaction to watch. And remember, the tongue of a lion is quite rough, so that'll be quite useful in terms of dislodging ticks and things like that. Ian, 100%. The bond between sisters will be as strong as that of coalition male lions. Yeah, I feel like in terms of footage, you know, that kind of sticks with people. It's usually that grooming process between males that kind of sticks in your head more than grooming between females. I feel like just because the males have got a mane, it's that much more impressive, that watching that whole grooming process. But remember, in order for lionesses to be able to be successful when they head out hunting, they need to, you know, there can't be any politics between individuals. They need to be heading out as a well-oiled machine. And the way that they do that is grooming, by bonding. Hey, everybody's getting up. Look at this. And down she flops. Directly behind the only shrub that's, you know, pretty much between me and where she was. Lions will be lions. Not to worry, we've got 2 other choices to choose from. Let's have a look and see if any of the other ones don't join her and come and flop down next to her there. But that was lovely to see her getting up and moving, albeit for only sort of 10 meters or so, 5 meters. It just goes to show, you know, once again, in terms of when she flopped down behind that bush, you'd have no idea. Even looking from where I am now, you just can't see that there's a lion behind there. That's one of the reasons if you are going on foot, you've got to be vigilant, you've got to be careful. You know, if I pan back to where we were, let me show you here. So she is directly behind the shrub. And look at that. I mean, you can just barely see her. You can see a little tail popping out every now and then. But that's probably a good sort of 170 kilo animal behind that shrub. And you just can't see anything. It's incredible the way that these animals are able to just blend in with the surrounding environment. It's pretty much just a little flick of a black-tipped tail that's giving her away. Right, while our lions are playing hide and seek with me here, I think let's take you across to Lisa, who's got blue skies and plenty of stalks.
Thank you, Nick. As you can see, we are on Juma. I apologize for the shaky shake. It is quite windy. Rather windy, but we've got a terrapin, which is also known as a terrapin. Just trying to catch a little bit of sun. We're just going to have a look-see around. As I said, it is a little bit windy, so that does make it a little bit challenging. But we shall have a look-see around. Just want to have a look-see around, and then we will head on over to our blue skies and our stalks. See what is happening in Okokoyo. I do just want to browse around, see if we are not perhaps lucky with the kitty cat. I swear Nick and Rolf do it on purpose sometimes. I mean, Cedric the other day really upstaged me with the million elephants in Madikwe. But you see, now Nick's got a lion and I'm feeling pressure, and it's a lot. I didn't sign up for this. It's really a lot. I'm just kidding. It's wonderful to be able to actually 11 o'clock in the day see a lioness moving around. Even if it is just repositioning for some shade. Here, animals. You can see it's still very gloomy in Juma. Very, very, very gloomy. So I do suspect we'll probably get some rain again later today, but you never know. In the Greater Kruger, the only predictable thing is the unpredictableness of everything. Goodness, Lisa, English. Let's try English today. It's fairly quiet and calm and peaceful. Hopefully the calm before the storm. And I don't mean the weather storm. Hopefully the animal sighting storms. Just want to have a last look. Alright, let us head on over to Okokoyo and catch up with our birds and all of our mammals. So as I mentioned earlier on, I did have the time to count all of the stalks. There are 1,732. That is to the T, correct? No, imagine. I do not have that much time nor patience. However, I do think it would be a little bit more doable with the storks than with the zebras or even the springbok. But particularly the zebras. We do also have some oryxes around. For those of you that do not know what an oryx is, it is those lovely antelopes with the long straight horns. They are the national animals of this beautiful country that we are currently having a look at, Namibia. And in Afrikaans we call them a gemsbok. So you really have to get that phlegm ready, and then you go a gemsbok. But to make it simpler, in English it is just called an oryx. And all of these animals out here know exactly what they can expect with regards to the availability in water, the availability with food. The springbok, the oryx in particular, they are not water dependent animals, so they don't have to drink. I wonder if that changes though. Sorry, I interrupted myself there, but they are not, the springbok and oryx in particular are not water dependent, so they don't have to drink a lot of water. However, that being said, animals adapt and they acclimate. So in the times that they do have availability or access to a lot of water, like we see, they do drink a lot when they come to this water hole. Does that change them being water dependent? Because technically, humans are also water dependent, or we're supposed to be. I struggle with that, if I'm being honest. But some people, like my best friend, she drinks at least 5 liters of water every day, which sounds humanly impossible, but if she doesn't, she gets like super thirsty. It's almost like she dehydrates. I wonder if it's the same for these springboks. If they don't have that access every single day, does it change for them, even though they are commonly known as not water dependent? Thought for the day. Janet, you would like to know how can we tell if a gemsbok is a male or female? Well, the same as we would with the springbok. So both male and female do have horns, but you would have to look for the obvious genitalia. So both of them having horns, it's not just the males that use it during sparring times when they are in rutting season and sort of challenging each other using the horns. Both male and female do also use it to defend themselves. So it is a little bit tricky, but you would look for that obvious genitalia if it's visible, of course. If they are not in such a weird angle that you cannot really see anything. But what a lovely day in Ukukweyo. It is now pouring down in Juma, just to let you know. Very odd weather we are experiencing. I always say that Ukukweyo is our exemplary child. However, of course, it was misbehaving for a little bit these past few days. But it is back. And we get to spend time with the animals once again. See all of their different interactions and behaviors. You see like this oryx as well. They like to go into the water a lot, but of course during rain season there was a long period where we didn't see a lot of these animals, where literally, I think for a good 2 weeks, we literally just saw springbok, and that was not at the waterhole, that was far away on the horizon. You needed a magnifying glass and a little bit of imagination to actually spot them. But then again, there was water and food throughout the rest of the park. But this oryx now, being a lover of the water, going into the water, drinking a lot of water, when there is not water, does that oryx's body then tell it, hey buddy, listen, I know we're not supposed to be water dependent, but I'm struggling a little bit here. Can you help me out? Or do they just, as always, adapt, acclimate? Woo! Calm down, calm down. Ba-doink. And then very dramatically the storks all take off. Not all of them, but some of them. Because a springbok has now disturbed the peace. And then they come back to exactly the same spot. What a waste of energy. But again, you never know. They don't know if that was a leopard or cheetah or lion or jackal or anything trying to catch them. Yes, they are comfortable with the springbok now, but they also don't know. What is the springbok running from? Is there a crocodile in the water? Is there a lion chasing all of us? I don't want to become an appetizer, therefore I take off and I'll come back to the exact same spot that I was in. Or perhaps a different spot. I didn't like sitting there anyway, it was uncomfortable. The sun wasn't hitting my feathers right. Chelsea did not see how pretty I was looking today. Therefore I shall move away. Starbuck, I wonder if you are with us today. I know how much you also enjoy these stalks. You see, like these oryxes now. Why do you have to enter the waterhole from there? There are so many clear open spaces. Why there? What makes that path special? Hey guys, it doesn't seem like we can get to the water. Can anyone else make a path? Make a path? Make a path? Yes, make a path. I forgot my own accent there for a while. For a minute. But as I say, these beautiful animals with the long horns are called oryx or gemsbok in Afrikaans. Very dramatic, as you can see. Just go around. Goodness. I feel about these oryxes right now like I feel about people in traffic when a traffic light is not working. No one knows when to go, and then everyone wants to go simultaneously, and no one really knows what to do, specifically now during what us wonderful South Africans calls load shedding. You will have everyone standing at a traffic light and no one goes, and then everyone wants to go at the same time, and then everyone is upset. Someone just go, do something, or go around. It's really not that difficult, oryxes. Let me just show all of you how silly this is right now. Move around. There is so much space. Perhaps you want that particular entrance, but make a plan. Just go around them, or go through them. I mean, really, you guys have done it so many times before. Just go through them. You'll be fine. I don't understand what this confusion is about. I'm getting frustrated just looking at them. Jan, Oxford, UK. Oh, wow. You are saying the storks look like lawyers waiting for their case to come up. Yes. I think anyone up against them would be in a bit of trouble. Imagine having that many lawyers. It would be a little bit hectic. But yes, they really do. However, they wait the whole day, to be honest with you, Jan. I don't know if you follow us here at Ukukoyo. It's quite hilarious. Unless something disturbs them, they just stand like this the whole day. They don't really move around, go to the water, look around for worms and insects. They just stand like this and they wait. Then you think, okay, but when do they eat? Because they are insectivores predominantly, so at night perhaps? When there are owlets flying around, perhaps they look for termites. Very interesting, very, very interesting. Oryx, can you please, oh my goodness, I cannot. I literally feel like I'm in South African traffic right now. Just go around, or just someone do something. Oof, why are we being so very dramatic this side? Let me just have a look-see. I always love when the elephants come, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3. And with the elephants, you know, some of them literally just move around the stalks. They'll take another path. Some of them will just walk through the stalks and then they'll make way, go land somewhere else. But look at those oryxes. They are literally like, I don't know. Perhaps there's something going on that we know nothing of. Perhaps this is a protest happening around the waterhole. We do know that Patrick the policeman, who's an oryx, the other day he scolded 3 elephants for taking up taking up too much water, but also literally drinking too much water. So perhaps the storks are taking a stand today against the oryx, saying, listen, you are not in charge. You are not president here. We all get a chance. Perhaps they are even saving a spot for the elephants. You never know. Because it literally looks like they are blocking them. And believe me, they're not. Look at that springbok. That tiny springbok can can move them away. In Afrikaans, we've actually got a saying that klein botteltjies groot gif, which means little or tiny, small bottles, but the poison inside can be very, very dangerous. And perhaps this is the case right now. Stork is not a very big bird on its own, but in numbers it can be quite impressive. Just like us. I often talk about this as well. You as one individual are not necessarily going to make a massive impact immediately, but if all of us do something small, then it's definitely going to be significant in the long run. Just like when you sort of watch sports, I always think it's so fascinating. I don't watch sport, but when I do, I watch it for the anthems that the people sing. And it's always so incredible, you know, when you've got the artist starting out the anthem and then you've got the whole stadium starting to sing along and cheer along and whistle along and clap hands and everything. Then it's really something. And it's the exact same with these storks now. Ooh, are we going in? Are we going in? Did we realize we are bigger than the storks? Shall we just move through? Just go around, really. No, this is very frustrating to watch. Monique, you've got a different mindset here. You are saying maybe the oryxes are the defense team. That's an interesting take. Much like, you know, when you have a private game reserve, we tend to think it's to keep the animals inside, but perhaps it's to keep the lesser spotted Homo sapien animals outside. So you are saying that they are actually stopping the oryx or the storks from coming out. Oh, look at that. We got brains. Thank goodness. The day the oryxes decided and discovered that when we go around, we get to the water. Imagine punishing yourself for that long. You want to go into the water. It's hot, it's humid, it's 37 degrees Celsius. And there's just so many birds and you can't get past them. What can we do? How about we just walk around? Ta-da! Alright, I am going to observe these oryxes a bit more, see which way they actually take out. But for now, I'm sending you to Nick so we can catch up with him and his lions.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. Our lionesses are still taking it easy. So we've got two lionesses on either side of this one that we can see, and they have both flopped down, invisible amongst the grasses now. And this lioness has just been absolutely bothered by flies. They are chasing around, or they're buzzing around. Flies don't really chase you around. I think they buzz around your head rather. They are buzzing around her head all over the place. You can see her tail is swatting non-stop. And earlier on we were talking about those nice dark markings at the back of a lioness's ear. Or even a male's got them as well. And she's putting a pretty good show on for us. Nice little exhibition show of those dark markings. So obviously we're all aware of those follow me signs of the black tips behind the ears and the black tip to the tail as well. Gazing around. See our other lioness has just momentarily poked her head up. Still very camouflaged, look at that. Pretty easy to drive past that and not spot them. But being very obliging in terms of settling down in front of this little shrub for us so that we can see exactly where she is. Shame, it must be the worst thing to be irritated by flies for the whole day. You know, it's bad enough when we've got like just that one single mosquito. And you think about having like 3 or 4 flies buzzing around your head all the time. And you think of some of the videos and even pictures that come out of East Africa. Whoa, like portraits of lionesses. And their whole nose is just absolutely covered in flies. Looks like unbearable, you know, it looks like the worst thing in the world. You can imagine for those lionesses or lions, if they get any types of scratches or wounds or anything like that, it'll be like a magnet towards those flies. And as much as I don't want her to be frustrated and irritated by these flies, I'm kind of hoping they do give her 1 or 2 more buzzes so that she flips around and faces us. Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch how often when we've seen the male lions, how they're snapping at the flies. They're literally trying to catch them by, you know, biting them and killing them. Whereas we haven't really seen as much of that behavior with these lionesses. It's more kind of just the swatting of the tails. Flicking of the ears, as you can see, still going on there. Each to their own, as they say. Each to their own. But I think this definitely looks like it's going to be the spot where these lionesses do settle up for the day. Obviously in terms of where they are now from where I first found them, they've only moved around 10 meters or so, so not very far at all. They are at the top of a nice big ridge line here. I've got a beautiful vantage point scanning all around. Obviously that water hole of where I was going to go towards to start looking for them is not too far from here, just a few 100 meters or so. So there is water not too far away if they are needing that. I think I'll spend a little bit more time with them, just make doubly sure that there are no signs that they're going to potentially look to get up and move. If this lioness does lie back down, maybe I'll continue to amble along. I'll head further west of Zebra Plains. One of the other vehicles did have tracks of the male lions in that area this morning. Not too sure if anybody was successful in finding them, but same as with these lionesses, you've just got to give it a crack. Until you try, you'll never succeed. It's amazing how the lioness on the left, she's just had her head down completely. I mean, she is out for the count. Yeah, there's definitely the odd fly or two that is buzzing around. It doesn't seem to be bothering her all too much. And there's quite a few barn swallows that are flying quite low to the ground. Remember, in terms of that type of behavior, it's definitely a small rise in humidity that does cause that. And obviously with that rise in humidity, all of the insect life stays closer to the surface of the ground. And that's what causes our swallows to start to go obviously low down, close to the surface, hawking on the air, aerially hunting and looking for those insects. I'm just kind of scanning around. There is a lot of dense and relatively dark cloud cover around, but it doesn't look like we've got any rain incoming, which is a good thing. That's what we want. But I must say, it's been such a nice treat to actually have a look at these lionesses, to see them for the first time. I've really been wanting to have a good look at them. But we talked about the area of where they're moving around being, a very dense area, combined with the fact that it is a very far distance away. So it actually is, it's a treat to be able to see them, She may be turned away from us looking in the wrong direction, but it's still lovely to be able to have a good look at them. And even from this angle, you can see how she's got a thick, broad neck there, very muscular. We saw her standing up momentarily, that dense muscle. So strong lionesses, these two. The younger one of 2.5 years has still got to develop a little bit, in terms of size. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard my tummy rumbling there. Oh, goodness. Somebody made a comment earlier about hearing a hardy-dar squawking away on TV here, and the hardy-dar was like 300 meters away. So I'm sure somebody heard that little tummy rumble. That's just my inner lion communicating with these lionesses here. I remember makes me talking about my tummy rumbling. It made me think of a situation. I'll tell you now. Pamela, in terms of a lion losing its tuft of its tail, no, it's not a train smash at all. That happens, Hyenas will often bite the tips of tails of lionesses and even males off when they do get older. And it's just, in terms of a follow me sign, there's plenty of other ways to use it, One of the known uses for it is obviously for little cubs when they're following a lioness through tall, longer grasses. They can follow this black tuft because it is so contrasting to the environment. But I've seen there was a lioness in the Sabi Sands who had her tail bitten off, completely bitten off. There was probably like a little stump left, maybe 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, and it was bitten off by a hyena. And no, she survived. It was fine. She went on to raise litters after that, litters of cubs after that, so it was fine. Ended up just having a tail like a bourbon. But other than that, she went on to still be very successful, both in terms of hunting and in terms of raising cubs. you know, it'll definitely affect her. You think of what lions use their tail for as well. It's they use it as like a rudder, similar to what a cheetah would do, to help them make those very sharp turns when they're hunting. You know, if they have to make a right angle turn, you'll see that tail flicking up to help them, you know, get as much sort of traction and sort of maneuverability and changing direction very quickly. And she's now obligingly turned around for us. So I was starting to tell you how my tummy rumbling made me think of a situation. I worked at a lodge in the Sabi Sands, and there was this coalition of 3 new male lions which came into the area. And I had my tracker on the front of the vehicle, and we managed to track these lions down, and we found them on a young giraffe carcass. So these lions at that time, they must have been maybe around sort of 4 years old or so, somewhere around there. And this was, we had been seeing their tracks quite often, and we'd heard them roaring, but this was one of the first few times that we managed to actually see them. So, you know, we were being quite tentative in terms of, you know, obviously not driving too close or anything like that, because we want them to feel comfortable. And it was now night time, you know, the stars were out, it was dead still, there wasn't a breath of wind, and it was an absolutely beautiful evening on the bank of the river. These lions were kind of feeding away, but they were still quite cautious of the vehicle. And every time I would turn to talk to the guests, the lions would all stop feeding, you know, and glare at the vehicle. So then I kind of just explained to everyone, and I just said, guys, these are new lions into the area. You know, they're obviously a little bit tentative because possibly they've smelt other male lions in the area. So, you know, and I explained in terms of their reaction of every time I talked. I said, I'm going to keep my voice down and let's just enjoy the sighting that we've got. So there we are, and really, you know, just zoning in on the sighting. No one's talking now. The stars are deafeningly quiet above us. There's the only sound you can hear is just the very rhythmic movement of a bit of water hitting one of the large rocks in the river. Other than that, everything's quiet. No one's even using flash on their cameras. Everyone's just enjoying the sighting. And literally at the same time, my tracker's stomach and my stomach both at the same time went and all of these lions that had been ripping at this giraffe, they all stopped feeding and just looked up at the vehicle. They lowered their ears, and there was no movement from them at all. Oh, you know, not that there was anyone even making a noise on the vehicle, but I'm pretty sure if you put a cricket on the vehicle and let that thing call, it would have traveled a huge distance. You know, you can laugh about these things in retrospect. At the time when it happens, you kind of think like, oh, this is not what we wanted. But I'll never forget that. You know, some days your tummy just talks to you, regardless of even if you're not hungry. Romeo, good question. Yeah, 100%. Ticks will definitely latch onto lions. So if you think about the strategy of what a tick does, it'll go and position itself on a sort of a long blade of grass, kind of essentially drifting over or hanging over a game trail. So remember the game trails being the path of least resistance for animals. Especially around like water holes and things like that, you'll get a network of these game trails. And those ticks won't be prejudiced in terms of what species of animals they latch onto. Remember, the ticks are looking to tap into the blood supply of that animal. So ticks will definitely latch onto lions, particularly around the ear area. I mean, once the ticks have got onto the lion, they'll kind of crawl around to find themselves a good spot. And that grooming process, like we just saw earlier with these 2 lionesses, is one of the ways that they help to keep that tick load down. You know, you often see lionesses will kind of groom by licking, and then you see them biting a little bit every now and then, and that's often to try and bite out and pull out some of those ticks. So most definitely, ticks will definitely latch onto lions as well. In terms of being able to see on this lioness, a little bit difficult. I can't see any, but it's not like we're super close either. I am using a 150 to 600 mil lens. Often when you do get a little bit closer to lions, it's going to be easier. But you can really see how the wind is starting to move through the grasses here now. Picking up a little bit. Francine, I've never seen an animal that makes any position look as comfortable as a lion does. Maybe a leopard makes a tree look comfy. I feel like I've never seen a lion being itchy from grasses or anything like that. But I mean, if they do, all it takes is a little bit of a groom like we just saw. You know, a little lick here to, you know, try and get rid of that itch. In terms of lions being itchy, it's not like you're going to see them and rub up against a tree all too often. You know, you look at something like a buffalo, which kind of rocks backward and forwards against a big tree trunk to try and get rid of an itch. You won't really see lions doing that. And in terms of resting, we've spent quite a bit of time with a few of the antelopes down by the Scotia Dam area. You know, obviously for them in terms of safety, we've talked about them being in very open areas so they can scan around, have a good look around and try and spot potential threats like these lions before they do get too close. But for them in terms of resting and sleeping, you know, it's not like they can close their eyes and have a solid sleep for an hour or so. You know, those types of animals are really, they'll rest, especially at night time, for kind of 2 minutes. Then they'll open their eyes, have a look around, you know, siesta for 2 minutes, have a look around again. Whereas something like these lions, they're able to really have a good sleep, you know, flop over and really sleep for a while. You know, and they won't poke their head up and look around all the time, although they will still be listening quite carefully. That if there's a branch that snaps, they'll lift their head up and have a good look around. But it's interesting, you know, different resting processes and things like that between the different species that we get. You look at something like a swallow. A swallow is able to shut off half of its brain when it's migrating and sleep while the other half is operating.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
But another nice peaceful day here for all of the animals on Kariega. I feel like although these lions are the apex predator, they've got the same agenda of the day with most other species. We saw a lot of the blesboks and zebras, nyalas and things like that starting to settle down at the start of Escape to Nature today by the Scotia clearance. It looks like these lions have got a similar plan. And I think for now, let's take you across to Djuma and see what's happening that side of the country.
Thank you, Nick. What I would give to be a lioness. Yes, I find male lions very impressive, very nice. It's almost very cliche. I always love looking at a lioness. But right now, we are not looking at a lioness. We are looking at a buffalo weaver, one of the small five. So, of course, in Africa, we've got the big five, which is the lion, leopard, elephant, rhino, and buffalo. And this is the buffalo weaver, one of the small five. And it's not too often that we actually get to, well, me personally, I don't get to catch them quite too often on the dam cam, because they are, of course, nesting right above the dam cam, but it's difficult to actually get them sitting still for quite a while. But you can see that beautiful, beautiful red-billed, hence the red-billed buffalo weaver. And they are community nesters. So they'll build one massive nest, and a lot of the times you'll actually see it in power lines as well, on reserves or in national parks where they also form those nests, and that is where they lay their eggs as a community. But this one is not part of a community today. It's having a bit of a spa day. Sometimes you just need some me time, right? And I will show you in just a little bit. I know it seems quite gloomy behind this weaver still, but you will not believe how beautiful this day has become in Djuma. It's now blue skies and lovely all around. But I will show you in just a little bit. As I say, we don't get to actually see the buffalo weaver sitting this still for such a lengthy time for, well, really ever, for me personally. And I did earlier on see the brown-headed parrot couple as well, that's busy forming their nest in this tree as well. So we'll have a look-see just now to see if we can see them. So we do have the big five, the small five. As I said, small five is buffalo weaver, antlion, elephant shrew, rhino beetle, and leopard tortoise. And then we've also got the ugly five in Africa, which is the marabou stork, the warthog, the wildebeest, the vulture, and the hyena. Which some of them to me is not very justified, but I called in sick that day that they formed the committee, so I did not have a say, unfortunately. Who am I? What does my opinion matter? Oh, you are lovely, lovely. Woo! I do just quickly want to have a look around. I'm really surprised that this bird is sitting still so long. I've never personally seen on the Djuma Dam cam. Hillary, you would like to know why do... Ooh, what is that? Why do birds' bills vary in color? Oh, goodness. That was almost a tongue twister. Birds' bills. Birds' bills and beaks. Hillary, everything has got to do with their attraction purposes. Particularly when you look at birds, you know, they do all have different coloration when it comes to their actual looks as an adult, when they are in breeding season, when they are juveniles as opposed to being adults. What is this bird? Sorry, Hillary, I will answer your question now. I'm just trying to see. What are you? If anyone can see, I can't see that well. I can't see the actual coloration on this bird. Is it just a starling? How silly of me would that be? It looked huge from afar. From far, far away. Is it just me or does this bird look huge? I initially thought it was actually a raptor. And now we are just finding out it is a mere starling. What an anticlimax. I do just quickly want to have a look-see, see if I can show you the parrots that are busy forming their nest. They are adorable. If they have actually returned. They did take off. Yes, I know we are looking at a tree, but as we know by now, everything out here in nature is important. From the habitats to the food to absolutely everything. No, apparently our parrots have left us now. But if you are wondering, it's two brown-headed parrots that are busy forming a nest. And they are using what was either a natural cavity in this tree or a cavity created by something like a woodpecker or even a barbet. But they have taken off, left us. And just like that, everything has calmed down. All right, let me show you the weather. Look at this. It's ridiculous. So we've got puffy clouds. Cumulus clouds, as we call them. And then when you come over to the waterhole, yes, it's a little bit of a fair day. Green grass, blue sky. As far as the eye can see, but again, these clouds are quite ominous. And if they stick around, that'll probably mean some more rain for the rest of the day. But for now, it's pretty. So let's appreciate this while we can. It can change literally within minutes. Lenny, you would like to know if leopard tortoises are that uncommon. No, not at all. It's just, it's like a leopard, you know, you really just have to look for them and then actually spot them. But no, they are not uncommon, but you are likely to see them more in the summertime, specifically after it's rained. You'll see them moving around a lot. But no, they are not at all uncommon, Lenny. It's just a matter of actually spotting them, finding them wherever they may be, and of course, you know, they can become very large as they can become very old. But that being said, they are adorable when they are tiny. And then of course it's even harder to spot them. But no, they are not uncommon, Lenny. It's just actually finding them, much like a leopard. It's not an endangered animal. You just really have to have your eyes peeled. And of course, that is why they also have that name, leopard tortoise, referring to those spots or those rosetted patterns that they have on the shell, which is a brilliant camouflage, sadly. I remember either one time I had quite an interesting sighting of sub-adult lions. And sadly at the time I didn't realize it, but I thought they were playing with elephant dung because they were a little bit obscure in the long grass, much like we saw now with that lioness with Nick and Kariga. And when I got back to the lodge, and funny enough, no one saw this, not my colleague that was with me in the sighting, not my guest, not myself. And when I got back to the lodge and actually went through the photos, the one sub-adult lion had been playing with a small leopard tortoise, and it was not elephant dung. But as I say, in my defense, I was I had a little bit of amarula in my coffee on stop that morning, so I'll just use that as an excuse. Just want to have a look-see around. Of course, we did have the heffalumps earlier on. I apologize for the lesser spotted Homo sapien. They are just busy with some road maintenance. Ooh, what is this bird? I know it's very difficult to see it, but I would love to hear from you guys what you think this bird is. I know what it is. They've got some colorful relatives, and it's quite special to see them up close and personal like this. But as you can see, very difficult. Oh, just sit still, will you? No! Goodness. Just look at that, how quickly the clouds moved and everything changed. Now we've got a beautiful blue sky, which is actually what you want when you are busy birding, specifically in trees. Yes, I do know that's mostly where you can find birds. But I mean when you are not specifically next to a waterhole or focusing. Why, birdie? Alright, apparently we are not allowed to bird today. How dare these animals move around? But you will see the difference now when we compare that beautiful blue sky we just had at the back as opposed to this sort of white greyish sky. This just gives you a silhouette of the bird, which is not ideal when you are birding, more especially so when you are photographing birds. Then it makes it really, really difficult. Like right now, I have no idea what we are looking at. Welcome to Escape to Nature. Enjoy the silhouette of this bird. Tis still the starling. Woo! I'll get dizzy with these clouds. A lot of bouncing around from the birds. Alright, I'm going to see if I can ID these birds and see what else is around. And for now, I'm going to send you to Madikwe.
Yes, thank you so much, Lisa. As you can see, we are back in Madikwe Game Reserve here in the northwest, and we got a lot of little actions with some little warthogs that is sprinting out of screen. I don't know why. Something just gave them a huge fright, and of course, being little piglets and with mom there, they decided to flee from the scene. And clearly they were late for something. I'm not too sure what. Maybe she forgot one of the piglets back at home and she realized that she needed to run back and fetch that one. Other than that, we've got, of course, a great egret, the little white bird that's in frame. Of course, one of the largest egrets that we do have around here. And not like the little egret. The little egret mainly feeds on the insects that's jumping out from the bushes when it's following the cattle. But of course, the greater egret, they will tend to also eat like fish, crustaceans, insects. So quite a variety of food that's around the dam areas. Of course, just to the left of the great egret in the water is also a blacksmith lapwing, always. And there's another great egret. There's a spoonbill. I couldn't see him. Oh, that's a spoonbill. Sorry. Yeah, my eyes and my ears these days have definitely seen better times and better days. Oh, look at those two African spoonbills, busy just going to the water areas. I love it when they do wade through the dam and looking for fish and tadpoles and frogs. Not like other waders, they'll use mostly their legs. You'll find that these spoonbills have got that typical well-adapted beaks. It looks like a spoon, hence the name spoonbill. And what they'll do, they'll open those beaks a little bit and then they'll push your heads from side to side, wading through with their beaks. And as soon as they feel any vibration or any touches on fish or tadpoles or frogs, and then of course they will snatch them up very quickly. Nice African spoonbills. Nice little couple that's hanging around this area, having a little bit of a drink. It's actually, they've been sitting in these dead trees for most of the day, although actually most of the morning. This is the first time they've really come down to have a bit of a feed and have a drink of water as well, as you can see. It's heating up nicely here at Madikwe, at Chukuru Pan, or Chukuru Dam. And of course a little great egret coming in. And of course we've got our one and only very rare sighting of a Egyptian geese that is pretty much enjoying the water as well, just here in the foreground. Not really a rare sighting. Nick, yeah, you say that Egyptian geese is a highly underrated animal. For sure, I think so. I think they're formidable birds. And as you know, they are very close. They're actually ducks. They're actually shell ducks. They're not really geese. They're not a true geese. It's a shell duck, part of the shell duck family. But yes, the Egyptian geese is definitely underrated, and they are formidable when it comes to protecting their areas from other geese and ducks that come, especially if they've got young ducklings, and they become very, very protective, and they can be quite aggressive. I used to stay in a place called Marloth Park on the southern side of Kruger National Park on the Crocodile River, and I stayed there for many years. And there are sometimes there on the Crocodile River we would have at least maybe up to about 50, 60, 70 different pairs of Egyptian geese that were pretty much using the Crocodile River frontage as a like a, how can I say, a point of just foraging and drinking and feeding, and of course maybe looking for other partners and that. And the noises that we used to pick up on those Egyptian geese was just it was so loud. I mean, if you've got just a two making a noise, it's loud, but when you've got like about over 100 of them, it is almost deafening. But definitely these two African spoonbills are assisting each other. Jackson, oh yes, definitely Madikwe and the dams have been absolutely winners. Clow Dam has been by far the best. So yeah, as you know, the amount of animals or elephants that I've seen is incredible. Yesterday, Escape to Nature was just brilliant. So. And once again today, it is hot and all that. I'm hoping that we are going to get some elephants coming down to Chukuru Dam. Chukuru Dam has got so much potential. It's a big dam. It's a beautiful dam. It's a nice on the dam wall, and you can see far and all that. And you get these African spoonbills. Of course, you had those warthogs running home, and you had some impalas and all that. And it's a beautiful dam. It's got so much potential. But we haven't seen many elephants coming down to this dam, funny enough. Maybe the reason for that, there might be enough other dams close by in the vicinity that they actually utilize. And when I looked on the map with Clow Dam, the dam where all those elephants were coming down yesterday, the closest dam there is quite far. So I think that's why they use that dam so much more compared to Chukuru Dam. Oh, okay, there we go. It looks like the warthogs are just staring at themselves. It looks like Mom has decided to just stay into the water, and maybe she'll go and do a little bit of wallowing. You never know. I don't know what she's staring at. The little one next to her, of course, trying to figure out which little spot it can use to go and lie down in the water. Now, Mommy's decided to take that position up, and little one decided to go and lie next to Mom. Very clever. Feeling very safe there with Mom. There we go. Of course, coming to pretty much midday now here at Madikwe. And this is pretty much one of the hottest times of the day. And I think exactly what these two warthogs are doing is just to make sure that they're going to keep nice and cool for the afternoon. Do a little bit of a wallow, try and get rid of all those parasites that have been collecting on their body during the morning. The little one doesn't know if it must go a little bit forward or it must just stick around with Mom. Maybe she wants to go to a little bit of a deeper area. Let's see. Oh, no, she's given space for the youngster maybe. And it's nice, especially and how many warthogs we've seen at Madikwe. It has been plentiful. Compared to Djuma, I think around some of the dams we've seen more warthogs around one dam than I've seen around the entire Djuma property. I think the warthogs here are plentiful. I think it's ideal for areas for them. very wide spaces, nice grazing areas as well for them. They eat certain seeds and berries and fruits around the area, as well as they've got a lot of these sickle bush trees or shrubs that's around there in Madikwe, and they enjoy using them as cover. So they'll actually crawl right under these bushes and enjoy them as cover during the daytime. And see, clearly she hasn't had enough. What you'll sometimes do, you'll see sometimes warthogs will actually go, just like elephants and rhinos and even buffaloes. You'll find sometimes after wallowing like that, they will go look for a little kind of a dead stump, or like just any kind of tree stump or anything like that, or a rock, and then they'll go and scratch their bodies and kind of enjoy the moment with being wet and full of mud, and then of course a good old scratch, and try and scratch all those parasites off. Oh, Benji, no, I don't think I've ever seen a warthog swim. No, I haven't seen a warthog swim. So if it's going from one side of the dam to the other side, nah, I think those legs are too short. And plus, you know, those hooves aren't built for really swimming. You know, it's like them boots ain't built for walking, and these hooves ain't built for swimming. So I think that's why these warthogs will rather just stick to the wallowing side of things. Much easier, perfect for them. That's what they use it for, and then they'll just move away. I think even if they have to go and swim, it's going to be just too risky for them. Way too risky, and I think they won't take that chance. You can see the other one on its knees, trying to get maybe to sniffing on something there. Maybe a little bit of a rock there. No. Looks like Mom has moved off, and the little one is going to be following suit. Not staying too far behind Mom. I'll safety him. Alright, looks like they have moved on and decided to go and enjoy. But I'm going to try and take a look at these African spoonbills. It is quite fascinating. I just want to see, they were drinking water earlier, but it looks like now they might be actually wading through with their beaks and trying to catch something. They're busy catching something there. I'm not too sure what. But maybe like little fish, little tadpoles. Definitely they are quite successful. So sometimes they'll actually wade next to each other like that. What they do, they'll actually kind of almost push whatever is around there into each other, and then that's one way of catching and cornering their prey.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
It's just nice watching them just wading through. It looks like they're trying to follow each other exactly where they're going. So as I said, trying to push whatever into one another and maybe become more successful in catching and something around there. But it is interesting putting their whole beaks in that. I mean, sometimes they come out and with their beaks completely covered in mud. So they are grabbing something that's just situated just underneath the ground. Oh, there comes Egyptian geese with the two ducklings in the background. I said coming to join the party. And I'm like, oh, I'm fighting over something there. Of course, and as you know, the African spoonbill, also pretty much on the same family as the stork. The same family as the stork, as a part of the wading birds, wading through the areas for food. Oh, it's a three. No, it's two ducklings. Sorry, I'll just. And got the blacksmith lapwings. So we'll call this almost a bird party. Let's say it's a bird party. We've got 4 different species of birds right there. Blacksmith lapwing just getting out the way. But it's amazing how the Egyptian geese and the blacksmith lapwings, they almost, as I said, they've got like a truce. They'll never bother each other at all. And sorry, I'm just trying to get my legs out the sun here. I'm just trying to work around this. It seems like they always never bother each other, so yeah. But the Egyptian geese now slowly but surely making their way further into the water. I think they're going to go around here. There's a lot of water weeds in this dam. I mean, looking at it, almost looks almost similar to the ones at the Chitwa Dam. Alright, well we are going to definitely get out of the sun here. Let's head over to Kariega with Nick, as he's got a large mammal to show you.
Thanks, Cedric. Yeah, we've managed to find ourselves a lovely big bull elephant here. My rough plan was to actually head even further west from where we've been spending a bit of time with those lionesses and try and find the males, the 2 dominant male lions. And on my way across, I found this beautiful big bull elephant. And there's no point in rushing around like a headless chicken here in the bush. I think you've always got to stop and appreciate when there's beautiful sightings like this here. So let the previous sort of mission alone, and it's just lovely to spend a bit of time with this bull. And he's a beauty. You can see he's still growing, he's still developing. His tusks are still going to lengthen out quite a lot. His overall body size is still going to get a bit bigger. But you can already see on his temple area of his head there, how he's got some deep depressions at the top of the head there, and that's one of the ways to show that he is starting to get slightly older. In human terms, he's starting to develop a wrinkle or two. And you can see just how lovely and green and lush this grass is around him here, and that's obviously why he stopped here, just to do a nice little bit of feeding. And obviously you can see him flapping his ears there. That's just to stay nice and cool. He's not upset with us at all. He's quite happy going upon his day, just doing a little bit of feeding. So obviously this is quite a normal thing here in terms of what we're seeing him eating grasses. Remember, elephants are classified as being mixed feeders, so they feed on both grasses and leaves and twigs and things like that. But now in the summertime, when we've had beautiful good rains and the grasses have grown up, they're lush, they're green, they're holding lots of good nutrients. Elephants, we tend to see them shifting their diet to more feeding on a lot of grasses, and then as the seasons start to shift and change and we go into winter, he changes that diet again and he starts to eat more leaves, even the roots of some trees, the bark of some of the trees. So he changes his diet a little bit once again. But really great to spend some time with him here, just as he does his own thing. Quite methodic in the way that he does things. You know, he's not too rushed in terms of what he wants to do. Kind of just slowly pulls, 2 or 3 trunkfuls of grass, puts it in his mouth, and does the same thing again. And you can see exactly where he's feeding, just beneath him there, how there are some of those longer grasses. You can see them waving in the wind. So I feel like he has chosen a good specific spot to be feeding as well. In terms of age, we really need to see him side on once again, but you can see a lot of his weight is still closer to his bum. His tusks aren't that long yet. The width of the trunk is not too thick between the tusks. So I'd maybe put him at sort of 35 years, maybe somewhere around there, 30 years possibly. Elizabeth, why do elephants have wrinkles on their trunks? That's just, I guess, how they're created, how they are. I guess having that very thick skin on their trunks. Remember, they are going to be feeding a lot of the time on acacia species. Remember our trees that have thorns on, especially in the winter time. And obviously, that very thick type of skin is going to protect his trunk. It's going to protect his skin from being punctured by those thorns. So that's potentially one of the reasons. I'm just trying to think. I mean, in terms of the amount of muscle, there are thousands of muscle in that trunk there. But I don't see how that might relate kind of to the texture of it. Overall, elephants are quite sort of wrinkly types of animals. You even look at the side of the body. A lot of wrinkles on the side of the body as well. So maybe at some point earlier today he did visit one of the close by waterholes, potentially threw a bit of sand on top of his back. You can see how he does have a bit of sand on the sort of the top third of his back there. He's obviously picked it up with his trunk, thrown it over the top of his back. Some of it's accumulated on the top there and the rest of it's kind of just spilt over on the sides. Lovely to spend time with such a relaxed elephant though. In terms of where we are on the Gora Plains here. You can see it's nice and open. A good spot to be feeding. Remember that older elephant bull that we saw a few days ago? It's in quite a similar area to this. A bull who's got that characteristic one tusk. And other than the obvious, as he starts to turn side on, have a look at his forehead. You can see how his forehead is nicely rounded. That's telling us that he's a male and he's a bull. Remember, the females will have that slightly more angled forehead. The top of the forehead obviously coming across horizontally and then dropping off quite steeply. Whereas for this bull, you can see he's got a lot more of a rounded type of forehead. lovely peaceful scene as he just kind of does his thing. He's feeding, and this is always what we want to watch. We want to watch natural behavior. You know, we never want to influence the behavior of any of the animals, and this is exactly what he'd be doing if we weren't here. He is an eating machine. Like I said, he's still more than likely going to develop a little bit more. He's going to get a bit heavier. And obviously as he gets older and weighs more, he's going to need to eat more. You know, you look at a big bull, fully grown elephant's going to be close to about 6 tons. So big, you know, going to need to eat close to around 200 kilos of food a day. Which, I mean, sounds like a lot, but if you think of the ratios of a bull weighing about 6 tons, 5.5, 6 tons, and eating, you know, 200 kilos of food, it sounds like a lot, but in terms of ratios, it's not all too bad. Look at how he's just casually coming closer and closer to the vehicle, quite slowly as he's moving, but I mean, he's definitely getting closer. But we're in a perfect spot here. He's fully aware that we are here. If he does approach the vehicle, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. There actually are 1 or 2 stands of longer grasses here, so there is a potential chance that he might do that. And I apologize in advance for cutting out any parts of his body, and he is very close to the vehicle now. Harry, there's no strict rule in terms of how far you can or can't park away from animals. I think it's more of a case of you need to look at each animal individually, not just as a species. You need to look at this specific elephant and see what is his body language. What is he telling me? Is he happy? Is he not happy? And you know, from there, I think you can start making your decisions upon proximity to different species. You know, obviously an elephant is such a big animal, you need to respect its space. If he's giving you some signs that he doesn't want you here, you know, he's holding his ears out to the front, he's not flapping them, he's holding his head up high, his tail is pointed straight out to the side, he's possibly even trumpeting a lot, he's not actively feeding, those are signs that he's potentially not happy with you there. But I mean, in a situation like this, if this elephant came and walked 2 meters, 3 meters away from the car, that would be fine. We've been parked in the same position the whole time. You know, he's come from about 50 meters off. That would be fine. If he wants to investigate the vehicle, that's fine. He's showing no signs of being aggressive at all. And I'd feel quite comfortable with that. But at the same time, it does come with, you know, time spent in the bush and being able to comfortably read all of these different signals from these animals. And now that I've zoomed in, have a look when he flaps his ears like that, when his ears are kind of flared to the side. Have a look at that vein network behind them there. Absolutely incredible. So he's going to be pumping massive amounts of blood to the rest of the body from those ears. Remember, his ears is basically his air conditioning system, cooling his blood down, helping to cool the rest of the body down. But he is a beauty. I've always got so much time for elephants, you know. They're such gentle giants. And like I said, they really tell you and give you signs if they don't want you to be there. But they're always up to something, you know. Even watching them just simply feeding like this is amazing. Watching the dexterity of that trunk, having a look at that vein network behind the ears, it really is incredible. Let me try and see if I can maybe zoom down on his trunk here. You can really have a good look and see how he manages to pull off a lot of these grasses and things here. Look how he almost wraps that trunk around there. And he doesn't struggle at all to pull those grasses out. Amazing. Like a little lawnmower here. Really see the textures on the side of his body there now, on the front of his legs. Yeah, you can see why sometimes photographers do enjoy photographing elephants a lot, because of all of those different textures. So that little wet spot that we can see on the side of his head there. Remember, elephants do have a gland there, a temporal gland there. And sometimes you will see a type of secretion that we can see right now coming out of the side of the head. So potentially if an elephant starts to maybe feel a little bit stressed, and there could be a variety of reasons for that. It could be another bigger, older bulls giving him a tough time. It could be it's hard to find good water sources. He will start to secrete out that temporal gland. He's coming right in front of the vehicle now. Wow. Look at this. He is right here. I'm zoomed out all the way. Look at this. This is what it's all about. This is incredible. He's not more than 3 meters in front of the vehicle here, and he is completely relaxed. Wow. Look at those long hairs on the bottom of his lip there. Not often that you can get a really close-up look of an elephant's eye like this either. Look at all of those textures. Look at how long his eyelashes are as well. He's so close it's hard to know where to point the camera here. Janet, 100%. This is absolutely incredible. I mean, I wish I could zoom out more, but he's just simply that close. There's no ways that I could. This really is a sensory overload, to listen to the sound of him pulling out those pieces of grass on the ground. You know, the wind is blowing. I can even see it's blowing a little spot or two of dirt off the top of his back to really, with him being so close, he's really got that typical type of elephant smell that's so hard to mistake for anything else. These are some of the sightings that it's just really one to take in. You know, a scene like this, it's hard to... Wow, he is so close. He's almost touching the vehicle. There's the vehicle right there. That is how close he is, everybody. I'm sure you can see that bit of the vehicle. Even see that type of secretion that he's got in his eye there, almost like a little bit of sleep. Look at the length of those eyelashes, absolutely incredible. Lily Pan, those hairs on the mouth are all going to be used in terms of sensors, you know, to try and figure out exactly, you know, what type of fruit or something that they might be eating, potentially even to check out if something is not going to be, you know, as advantageous for the system, potentially if it might not be poisonous at all or anything like that. But he does really have long hairs on the bottom of his lip there. Wow, he is a beauty. And like we were saying earlier, this is 100% fine. He's approached the vehicle from, you know, 50 meters off or so. He's fully aware that we're here. And you see how he hasn't stopped feeding or anything like that. He's continued to feed the whole time that he's been here. I don't know if you can hear the sound of him pulling out all of those grasses. It's absolutely incredible. Wow, he is getting closer and closer and closer. There's really no words that can describe an elephant being as close as this one is. Look at all of those textures. You can see on the ears he's obviously been moving through one or two thickets. There's a few scratches and scrapes and things like that on his ears. Remember, the predominant biome, the Albany thicket here, is very dense. Lots of thorny trees in the area. There's plenty of acacias. You know, I think there's also needle bush, which is a sharp type of bush as well. Quite a few thorns on that. Let me see if I can get us a view of his trunk pulling out some of these grasses here. You're still too close. That is the side mirror of the car. But what a day it's been here at Kariega. We've seen buffaloes, we've seen elephants, we've seen lion. All we need now is rhino and leopard and we would have seen the big five. What a beauty. Marcus, yes, yeah, the temporal gland will secrete more of that type of fluid when they are in must. Remember, the most sure way to tell that a male is in must, it would be his hind legs would be wet, you know, because they urinate constantly. So that is your most sure sign, but their temporal glands would definitely start to secrete a lot more of that fluid. But remember also female elephants, they can also secrete that type of fluid because it is as a result of a possible type of stress. So for a female, if there's a male who's in must, who's wanting to mate, you know, his testosterone levels are through the roof. And if there's no female in the herd that is wanting to mate and he you know, continues to pester them, or maybe there is a female that's got a calf and there's this big 6-ton male that's got raging amounts of testosterone going through the system, it upsets her, it upsets the herd. So a female may secrete that fluid as a result of something like that, or in years of when there's drought, food's hard to find, water could be hard to find, they might secrete that fluid because of that as well. Look at that, off he goes. If he continues in this direction here, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to follow him for much longer. I might twist my cables out and things here. But he's put an absolute show on for us. The car's trunk searches from side to side looking for the best little bits of grass that he can find. Very rhythmic movement of the tail from side to side as well. Marnie does indeed have a tongue. Hardened tongue, because obviously he is eating thorns and things like that. terms of his dental structure, remember he'll have a lot of molars. He's going to have molars. There's no real reason for something like incisors that the cats might have. He'll go through 6 different sets of teeth in his lifetime. Oh, his tail's starting to come out. I just had to, guys. I'm sorry. I had to. It's all happening here today. So obviously for him to go to the toilet, his member has got to come out like that, because remember it usually stays inside his body. So it's not that he's getting excited that it's starting to come out like that, it's because he simply just wants to urinate. Right, I think we've had enough of looking at his member there. What an amazing sighting there. We've really had a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I feel like I'm gonna just have a look at his ears and his beautiful tusks and things like that, just to keep the show PG rated here. Yeah, obviously with all of these textures and things that he does have on his hide, it does kind of lend itself to black and white photography as well, you know, with lots of wrinkles and just amazing sort of density of those textures. As you can see in the background there's that little tower. We are right by the workshop of the reserve, so obviously that's just there just to keep everybody in contact with the rest of the team. And now that he's given us his best side, he's now giving us his back end. We've really had a good look at him from all angles, you know, from front on, left side, right side, back side. And look how raggedy the edge of his ears are as well. Remember when elephants are younger, they'll have completely smooth edges to the ears. Obviously for him, he's moved in and out of the thickets throughout his lifetime, and there's been little thorns that have pulled here and there and have just kind of torn those ears a little bit. And that is quite common, not just for elephants here in the Eastern Cape, but throughout the continent. But what a special sighting with him though. That was absolutely amazing. Really a sensory overload. I think for now, let's leave him in peace, and we're going to take you from one elephant across to a whole heap of elephants.
Well, I'm glad that you had a huge elephant bull right up to the screen there. Fantastic. And yeah, well, did its business right in front of you. But yeah, as you can see, we've got a herd of elephants here at one of the little wallows, but I don't see any water here. It just seems like they keep on digging inside. They may be getting some minerals, geophagia, of course, eating a lot of kind of sand and sand particles and minerals that they can get from the sand itself, as well as it's also good for the digestive system. That's why many times you'll find ostriches, as well as sometimes like little pebbles, you can get their gizzard going, and just to kind of clean those stomach areas. But yep, as you can see, I don't see, because they're not spraying any water, I don't see any water. It's just now and again they put their trunk into these little holes, and it seems like they're trying to take something out. But I do hear a little bit of suction as well, so I'm sure there might be a pipe there, but I don't see any water coming out there. I think they came to an area that is very dry. But you can but you can also see on the side of them, so they have had their wallow this morning. You can see a lot of that kind of, not wet mud, but it was mud from this morning that's caked against this one's face and halfway up the ear and halfway on the body. And a lot of red mud that's all caked nicely on the side, so they have had their wallow somewhere. But for now, see, I'm sure they're just taking that, as I say, geophagia, just kind of taking that little kind of particles, and especially the red sand. A lot of the red sand, a lot of these little sodic areas, typical of sodium, so minerals, so just kind of maybe getting something out of it. Well, the exact same as you say, coprophagia as well. So coprophagia is something like coprophagia is usually your, like, how can I say, scrubby. And the scrubby eating its own dung and getting all the minerals, whatever minerals that has passed through the system. Of course, that scrubby will then pretty much eat the dung again to get and utilize as much as possible. And then you got something like an osteophagia. So osteophagia is big mammal, like your tall mammal, like your giraffe. It'll eat a little bit of bone to get the calcium out of the bone. Because of course it's got those huge vertebrae, so it needs a lot of calcium. The same as the tortoise. The tortoise also does an osteophagia scenario. Of course, try and get as much calcium as possible into its body. And strange things coming through my ears here. Starbuck, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from. No, they can only pretty much hear from the front end of all the entrance of the ears and the front end of the ear, of that, I can say the ear lobe or ear flap. Nothing is behind it, so the hole is on the front end. So yes, just like our ears, exactly the same. If you actually kind of just push your ear lobes forward, or not the lobes, but the entire ear itself, push it forward. It's the same for the elephants, same for any animals. Definitely hasn't got on both sides. Looks like a young male or a young female that's to the left. I can't really see on now, but look at just looking at the roundish head. To me, it looks like a young male, a young boy.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
can see now this is the female. You see this big female in the center. Of course, she's not the one that's in the foreground and background now, but she's only got the one tusk. So many times you'll find certain elephants also just carrying one tusk. Maybe it didn't grow, or maybe it broke off. But you can see it's just the left tusk has broken off or did not grow out. She's just got the right tusk. And sometimes it does happen. I mean, if they're going and digging roots and, you know, pushing their face into the mud and digging some mud out to kind of turn the mud around to kind of get it a little bit softer or make it a little bit softer. Sometimes they might even have a little hairline crack inside of the tusk itself. So in other words, you have a very weak point on the tusk, and it just doesn't take too much just to kind of snap off by doing, you know, as I said, by turning over the mud or grabbing some roots out. As well, like you'll see a lot of, even the big males, and especially in the Greater Kruger Park, a lot of them got these broken off tusks, and a lot of them happen like where they actually take the cambium layer off of the tree. So in other words, when they ring bark the tree, so they take that layer that's just pretty much underneath the bark itself, that transports water and nutrients, of course. And then, of course, once they kind of just put that tusk in, taking the cambium layer off, and sometimes it will also just snap off. But anyway, let's head over to Nick in Kariega, as I think he's got a better view on his big male elephant that has been doing some business around his area.
Thanks, Cedric. Yeah, I managed to reposition myself here. Difficult trying to film an elephant when he's 2 meters away from your car and you're sitting with a 600mm lens. So we do have a lovely position for ourselves here. And this is a beautiful example of the type of dominant ecosystem that we've got here. Now look in the background how dense that thicket is. You know, we were talking about him having scratches and scrapes and things like that for moving around in the thicket. The thicket itself. So he's really giving us a good show of everything here. And he's kind of just slowly making his way around the clearing, doing a little bit of feeding here. Very relaxed. You can see he's still flapping his ears peacefully. So that open clearing that we can see behind him there, I did see 2 other elephants. There was a female and a little calf of maybe sort of 2.5 years or so, but they've kind of just dipped out of view. So possibly he is trailing behind a herd, not too far away. And we are right up on the edge of the reserve here, so you might hear the odd passing vehicle or two. But it is an absolutely stunning view though, my word. I think those other 2 elephants that I was talking about, I think they've just dipped down into that valley. The wind is definitely starting to pick up here at the top of the ridgeline, so possibly they were wanting to just go down and get a little bit more cover. I did actually, before we started filming this male, I did spot that female with the youngster first, and I went across to try and get a bit of footage of her, but she didn't seem to be the happiest of campers. You know, we were talking earlier about how she had, or possible signs that to look out for was them lifting their head up, tail coming out, and she had 2 of those signs. So I don't think she was really all too happy with me being there, so I kind of just left her be. You know, I could have parked maybe another 50 meters away, get a bit further away, but I did see this bull from across the plain. I thought, oh, why not, let's come and give him a crack. And it's exactly what we talked about earlier. You know, you need to read each individual animal. You can't say the elephants at Kariega are relaxed, or they're not relaxed, or the elephants at Djuma are unrelaxed. You know, you've got to look at each individual. Look at that for a little bit of scenery. We've talked about it time and time again. The scenery that we get here at Kariega is just unreal. real. And it's hard to tell in the picture, but behind him that drops down into a deep, deep valley. And in the very windy conditions like we've had in the past 2 days, that's where the elephants go down to. You know, once they go down there, very difficult to find them. Even if you do, you know, you'll get maybe there's a leg and then there's a little bit of an ear. You won't be able to get a nice clear view like we're having here. In terms of where we are, just down to the right hand side of him, maybe about 200 meters off, there is the closest waterhole there, which I'm sure he's probably been to already today. So he's slowly making his way away from that waterhole, as you can see, moving up the sort of the hillside. And I think he's just going from spot to spot really, finding himself some nice little feeding grounds to go to. You can see a little bit of that cloud cover that we've got here today. But we really have been so lucky. I mean, we've seen so much diversity of species in just our little escape to nature session. You know, we've spent probably a good hour with this elephant bull. We spent a good sort of hour or two with those lionesses, you know, remember of which 2 of them we've never seen before. So those were new lionesses for both you and me. We had a nice big herd of buffalo, zebra, eland, impala, nyala, ostrich. So really a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's been such a productive escape to nature today. And it's amazing how sometimes it works out in the bush. You know, sometimes you've really got to go out, you've got to track for an hour, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and maybe you don't even come right. You know, that's just how the bush goes. Other days you don't drive all too far, but you find such a vast array of different species. I feel like that's what we've had today. We've obviously had a lot of different species, but also we haven't really driven too far. You know, from Scotia Dam to here is probably, well, the lines are a bit further away than here. It's probably not more than 2 kilometers, I'd say, maybe 1.5 kilometers or so. So it really is incredible. And for sure, I agree with you. He is a very peaceful bull, quite happy and content with life where he is. You know, I think it's also the scene that we've got. You know, there's Cape turtle doves calling in the background. We saw him approaching the vehicle, coming nice and close. A very, very peaceful elephant. And elephants are definitely one of my favorite animals. You know, like I talked about, if you know what signs to look for, they really give you so much information and telltale signs of how they're feeling. And this guy's obviously just super happy with life at the moment. He had a good restful weekend. There's plenty of food around, plenty of water around, and he's just living his best life. You can see some typical Eastern Cape vegetation here, nice and thick. Top left of the frame we've got some of those river euphorbias just starting to pop into the scene. In front of that elephant we've got those plumbago flowers adding a splash of colour. And we might potentially start to see even a shift in terms of what he's going to be feeding on. You can see he's now starting to move from these open areas into the thickets, and there is a good chance that once he hits those thickets that there might be a change in what he's going to be looking to selectively feed on. Look at that, off he walks. Absolutely incredible. Well, he's really given us a show here today. Coming close, sniffing, feeding. And now he's kind of walked off down into that thicket there. Can't ask much more of him. I mean, he's put an absolute show on for us today. Beautiful. Well, I might potentially look to head down to that closest waterhole that we were talking about. Just have a look and see if there aren't potentially any impalas or any antelope species that are down there. I think he's moved off into the thickets. I don't think I'll follow him in there. He's put an amazing show on for us. We'll let him move off and do his thing. But that was an absolute treat. You know, it's always what you want, animals approaching you like that from a distance off. You know, if you read each individual scenario, yes, you can drive up close to an elephant if he's fine with it. But it is always nice when you park a little distance off and he kind of comes and approaches you, just like he did. You know, and it was slowly, we got to talk about a whole horde of different things with him there. And to see him up close, you know, the textures on the side of his body, how sort of scrappy the edge of his ears were, the vein capillary network behind the ears, you know, how hairy his bottom lip was. That really was a sensory overload, and it's just amazing to be able to have a window into an animal's life like that, to spend some time with it like you weren't even there.
Alright, well, as you can see, we're still with these elephants, and they have just gone to lie or rest under the Tamboti tree. But you can see on the eye, look at that white part there, it's called the Hydarian gland. So that gland is a gland that actually secretes a lot of fluid. So especially if they get a lot of dust in their eyes, or if they get a stick in their eye, or grass, or anything like that, that gland really kind of secretes a lot of fluid, and sometimes actually a very jelly fluid. And it's almost like an eye drop for the elephants on very dusty days, and that as well with those eyelashes as well. So they've got two things. They've got that Hydarian gland, that's that white little part that's on the inside of the eye, and then of course they've got the very thick eyelashes as well to kind of protect the eyes from anything like the sticks and from the dust and all that. And those eyelashes are very, very thick. You can see a couple of speckles as well on the forehead of a little bit of sand that she did throw on top of the head itself. Or actually, no, I'm saying a she, but it's actually a he. My bad. I apologize, my young boy. This is actually a male that we are looking at. Of course, he's going for a little bit of a nap. You can also see those beautiful veins that's running through the ears. You can see the ear opening as well. Quite a large ear opening, so that the big ears really capture any of those noises that's coming through. So fantastic sense of hearing and sense of smell. Whoop. All moving around, shifting a little bit here. I do apologize for the pole there, but you'll see there is the rest of the elephants are just towards the tree, a Tamboti tree, where they have taken shelter for now. And of course, this female on the left hand side has decided to stop here and have the snooze, and then you'll find the younger ones and some of the males, like this young male on the right, they will come and rest with the female. So this is how they sleep most of the time. Sometimes you'll find the younger ones, they will lie down on the ground flat, but for the older ones, they tend to rather stand and like kind of lean against a tree and lean against each other and just catching a quick nap. Not a long sleep. Intervals are very short. So sometimes it can be about 15 minutes, can be up to half an hour. Not long until the matriarch decides to move off again, to continue. We'll always see, and also many times, so when they congregate like this next to each other and very close to each other on very hot days and in the shade, you can see how they flap their ears. Many times when they're very close to each other, flapping their ears doesn't just cool themselves down and cool their blood down, but it also cools, of course, their their family members that's standing next to them down. So they create a whole lot of wind around them, and it just kind of cools that air that's pretty much circulating around the family members. So a very clever idea, very, very clever. Definitely assisting each other. You can even see how she puts her trunk on the ground, just resting the trunk, and as well just feeling feeling the vibrations and communications from other elephants. Those trunks are very sensitive. See, she does it again.
Sorry about that. We are still here in Okokoyo, and I'm now still putting out my positive energy for some hevalampies this side. Then we literally would have seen an elephant at least in all of our locations today. We began this morning with one in Djuma. Nick has had one. Of course, Cedric has got 65 million again. I shall just keep quiet about that. No, but it's been a great day, and sorry for losing Cedric. Things don't always go our way when we are broadcasting live out of the wilderness. But as you can see, we don't have 65 million elephants, we've got 65 million Abdom storks. All of these black creatures that you see all around, this is all part of one species known as the Abdom storks. And yes, they are seasonal migrators. They are still holding their breath for the rain. Hopefully they know something we don't. But yes, I'm still holding my breath for an elephant. Or 2 or 3 or 10. But even if we don't see them today, that is perfectly fine. We've had a beautiful day. It really has been productive all around. We have even seen a unicorn springbok, which is something that never happens, for myself at least. And I hope everyone has had a lot of fun today. We've only got a little bit of time left on Escape to Nature, but let us know what has been your favorite part of the day. Perhaps a specific animal, a specific noise, Nick's tummy grumbling, elephant drinking water. What has been your favorite part of today's Escape to Nature? Earth Lover, good afternoon. So good hearing from you. You are saying that Okokoyo always delivers. I know. Isn't it amazing? I mean, it really is lively every day, and yes, part of that is due to the weather we are experiencing and the lack of rainfall. When we did have that little bit of rainfall, of course, the animals were really spread out throughout the park. However, aesthetically, it was wonderful over here. It was green and lush and fluffy. But that being said, we only saw a few springbok every day on the horizon, far away. You needed a magnifying glass and a little bit of imagination to actually see them. So it definitely is. I mean, it's not very lovely and lively in terms of the actual vegetation, but definitely in terms of the animals over here are really spectacular. From the storks to the zebras to the giraffes to the oryxes to the springbok to the wildebeest to the elephants, which we'll hopefully see in the next 10 minutes. Please, Mother Nature, if you are listening. But even if we don't, we've had a lot of elephants today, and it's not every day that we can say all of the naturalists saw an elephant on Escape to Nature.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Elephants, you have 9 minutes left to come impress us. I'm kidding. I know I'm sounding like a spoiled brat. We've seen a lot of elephants today. I should be grateful and shut my trap. But just think, then we can say we saw elephants in Juma, in Okukoyo, in Kariga, and in Madikwe. How great would that be? I know we have that a lot, especially nowadays on Sunset Safari, where we see elephants practically everywhere. But I don't think we've often gotten to say that. You know, we've seen elephants in all of the locations that we use today on Escape to Nature. As I say, there's only a little bit of time left on Escape to Nature, so if you have any last minute questions or comments, you're welcome to send those through. But I know some of you are burning to ask me some personal questions. I will quickly answer them for you. My hair is in a ponytail. I'm wearing a cap today. I don't have nail polish on my nails. I never have, actually. What else? I'm wearing closed shoes today. And I'm just wearing one set of earrings. Tadiwa! Tadiwa just asked me the most horrible question in my ear. Tadiwa, you see, now there's various directors in my ear. They want to know who's my favorite director. Anyone, please send a question so I don't have to address this on air. I feel like I'm going to have to fight my way out of FC today to get to my car safely. Nadine is asking me if I could identify with any of the animals. Of course, I admire a lot of these animals. I think a lioness. Of course, we don't see a lot of lionesses, particularly at the waterholes that I get to monitor, Okukoyo and Juma. But Nadine, I think a lioness, and I don't want to sound vain when I say that. Just because I perform very well in a pride or in a team. But when need be, I can also very independently function on my own and care for others whilst doing that. Yes, and I think lions are just bad SSESs. I really have a lot of respect for them. I think they're magnificent animals. People always tend to say, oh, it's a male lion and he's so magnificent. And yes, they're great and they're wonderful, but it's sort of like cliche magnificence. With their coiffed hair and their pretty faces. Whereas a female lion, I don't know, I've dealt with a lot of female lionesses. I think probably the most powerful pride I've dealt with is the Bosblas females on my previous reserve. And those females are beasts. Their genes were just incredible. But also the other thing that I loved with them is they always made their own kills. You know, even if there was a male with them, they never allowed a male to eat with them until they allowed him to, which I loved. I absolutely loved that. Because just like we saw the other day, you know, that one female that, I think it was with Rolf in Amakala. The female made a kill and the male just came along and he said, thanks, honey. I'll be under the tree. Don't come bother me. I will leave you some bones. But those specific females, respect. They never, ever, ever allowed a male to join them on a meal unless they physically allowed him. And it's not that they just had this presence about them. So yes, in short, Nadine, that is my answer. A lioness. Hopefully I can live up to their standards. And yes, just what I perceive about them. Come on, last minute elephant. Man, why not? You see, I'm being greedy now. This is when Mother Nature listens and she says, stop your nonsense. I've spoiled you more than enough today. Edna, good afternoon. You are saying your favorite part about E2N was listening to my voice. Thank you. That is so sweet. You guys really have the best comments and questions and just everything. But my favorite part about Escape to Nature and all of the naturalists, I believe, is when you guys get in touch with us. Because this is what it's all about, you know. I, for instance, Tadiwa, stop giggling. I learned today what Jacinta's name is. Jacinta is one of our frequent viewers, and I learned what their name meant. So I too get educated every single day. And it's been a wonderful day. We really enjoy spending time with all of you, whether we have animals or not, whether we've got action or interaction or not. We love hearing from you, so please do stay tuned and remember to join us this afternoon for Sunset Safari, where you can ask more questions. But it's been a beautiful day. Tomorrow you will have Alex again, and I will be back on Thursday. I hope you all have a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. Yes, we are Tuesday. And I hope we'll see you this afternoon for Sunset Safari. But from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, from Cedric and Igor in Madukwe, and then of course from Nick and his tummy grumbling in Kariga, thank you so much for a wonderful day, and thank you for joining us today on Escape to Nature. But please do stay tuned. We would love to spend some more time with you, and then we'll see you for Sunset Safari. But have a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday.